Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to CMU's annual orientation exercise. We're excited to be a part of this incredible journey with you as you've embarked on an amazing experience with the CMU. I want to welcome you to the CMU family and a warm welcome to our parents who are here with us. To those of you joining us online, we want to thank you and welcome you to this exercise. Welcome is also extended to our president, vice presidents, or deans, and or staff. I am Danique Smith. I'm the internal communications lead here at CMU, and I am excited to be with you this morning. Now, as we get underway, we want to invite God's presence to be with us. So at this time, I'm going to invite Miss Nalini Malai, and she will lead us into prayer.
Morning, everyone. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for today, August 29th, 2023. It's a fresh start. It's a new beginning. You are indeed the author and the finisher of our faith. And we thank you, Lord, that we can indeed stand as your representatives. We can indeed sit as your representatives. And today we are seated with you in heavenly places with all things under our feet. Because, Lord, we are on a journey, and the journey has taken us here at Caribbean Maritime University, a place of strength, of vigor, of power and might that shall be known and continually go across territories and borders. We thank you, Lord God, for our president, for our vice presidents, for our deans, for our heads of faculties and other our teachers, our lecturers, every speaker here today, for every parent, every student, new and returning student. And we thank you, Lord, that with you, we can climb over mountains, we can run over troops, we can take hold and calm every water and go through every wave. And because of that, Lord, we indeed hold forth the banner to say we are a place to be reckoned with. And we thank you for these, our students today. It's not by power or might, but by your spirit. And we call forth your holy presence to take full control. You have done so over these 42 years. This month will be 42 years of our existence. And Lord, we thank you for this institution. One, Lord, that you will continually monitor and guide, that you will continually provide and sustain. And Lord, I thank you that you are our butler and shield. Lord, I thank you that we are your body, Lord, your representatives, and the student body here today who will actually be coming in new or returning, that you will give mental clarity, that you will allow for positive learning, and that, Lord, we will not go backward or look backwards, but look forward to the journey. You are indeed the one who has called us by name. And so, Lord, we present the proceedings of today to you. We thank you for you being God who sacrificed everything, that when you were on the cross, we were on your mind. And today, Lord, parents here today, teachers here today, a lot of us here today, God, we know what sacrifice is. And because of that sacrifice, we thank you, Lord, that tuition fees will be paid, that every bill will be met and paid off in full. And Lord, everything that's needed for this journey of life, in this segment of the journey for our students, that, Lord, you will provide for them. You will keep them and make your face to shine upon them and give them your peace. And by extension, Lord, I just thank you for the educational anointing, for the teaching anointing that rests upon every mentor, that rests upon every teacher. And we indeed remain your children, because each one of us is a child of God, a child of yours. No grandchildren in the body of Christ or the kingdom of God. And we just give you honor and glory, for today is a day that you have made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I feel blessed. I don't know about you, but that was one powerful prayer. So at this time, we are going to invite our university president, Professor Andrew Spencer, and he is going to bring you welcome. Put your hands together for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try that again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That's a little bit better. Welcome to the Caribbean Maritime University. And listen, after a prayer like that, there can only be good things that will follow, right? And so I hope to contribute to some of that goodness that will follow us today. But ladies and gentlemen, it is orientation time. Clicker, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it is orientation time, and we are here to celebrate with you who have been accepted to this noble institution. I want you to give yourselves a round of applause for being in the right place at the right time. Okay, no worries. First lesson to our students: when the technology fails, you find a contingency, a redundancy. We always have to have a backup plan, right? And so I wanted to take the time, first of all, to welcome our most distinguished guest today, who would be you were applicants, today you are students, today you become a part of the CMU family, today you become ambassadors of what we consider to be a powerhouse in education, a 43-year-old giant, one of its kind, only in the hemisphere, specialized public university that is here to serve the region in a way that no other can. And so we are here to serve you, and I wanted to also welcome the individuals who are here to serve you. We have 6 vice presidents at your disposal, 3 deans, multiple directors, many managers, and overall a team of approximately 350 full-time individuals who are here to ensure that your journey is one that will be a positively memorable one. And so we occupy a very special place on this earth as members of the CMU family, because we are proud to say that we are the only IMO, and this is birthed out of the United Nations, whitelisted institution in this side of the hemisphere, and now you have become a whitelister. And I think the people who are welcoming you as whitelisters should give you a round of applause for becoming a whitelister. It's a big deal. And so we believe at the CMU that powerful and potent scholarship emerges when scholars identify their ideal scholarly environment. I know you know this, that some of the smartest people, if you end up in the wrong place, much of your talent and your potential is not fully optimized. And so we think that the most powerful scholarship happens where scholars find themselves in their ideal scholarly environment. Then we start to see scholastic brilliance. We know you are in the right place, and we know you are here at the right time. You have selected a journey on a vessel that has done tens of thousands of voyages through its past graduates. I want you to understand how powerful that is. And we're talking about graduates who we can boast from an institutional perspective that we have an absorption rate in industry of over 80%, and that's the highest in the region. It means that if you come here, you have an 8 out of 10 chance of getting a job within 3 to 6 months after leaving here, and that's a big deal. So you've made the right choice. We continue to chart a course for thousands more who are current students in our establishment. And I want you to understand that no 2 journeys are the same. It's one institution, but it's thousands of students, and every single journey is different. And there's a uniqueness that will come with your journey. That uniqueness is going to be influenced strongly by your approach on day one. I want you to think about your approach on day one. If anybody here has been on a vessel, you know that sometimes when you take the first step onto the vessel, you get a little rocking. You're trying to stabilize yourself as the vessel rocks with the flow of the wave. And sometimes that requires you to have a particular approach to stabilize yourself. Sometimes it requires you to rely on some people to hold your hand on day one. But I assure you that after you get through day 1 and day 2, it will be like breathing air. And so today I stand not just as your president, but as a fellow navigator on this new and transformative journey that you are taking on in your lives. Once you have entered the gates, and you enter the gates today, and I know it's not your first time, you are not just here to read for a degree. And I know there are many universities that will tell you you're here to read for your degree. And that's a part of it. But you're not just here to do that. You're here to embrace an experience. An experience that is going to shape your character. An experience that will challenge your own perspectives that you've held up until this point. An experience that's going to foster growth in ways that you could never have imagined. And I want you to embrace it. But I want to leave with you 3 key things that will help you to embrace it. Firstly, remember your purpose. Don't ever forget your purpose. Your parents and guardians are in this room, and they're hoping that you remember your purpose always. Seneca says that if a man knows not which port he sails, then no wind is favorable. The best wind, without knowing what your destination is, will not help you, because you have no direction. And so the wisdom of this quote for me holds profound relevance to your admission to the Caribbean Maritime University and what you will become at the end of your journey at the CMU. So as comparable to a ship, your academic degree requires a defined destination. And many of you have this destination in mind. For many of you, it's just to get a piece of paper so that mom and dad can get off your backs. For some of you, it is a particular degree that you wanted to do so that you could pursue a particular career, and you will tell us that you know what you want to be in 10 years. Some will say, I know what I want to be in 20 years. And some are simply going along day by day. And in this case, you may be going along year by year. But it's important to define your goals and aspirations. Because without a defined purpose, my friends, even our most experienced lecturers, and we have the best there is, even the most skillful lab technicians and demonstrators, even the most adept workshop supervisors, even the most reliable 350 members of staff with the best cutting-edge technological resources in the region, yes, we do have that. We boast our Festo labs. It doesn't matter what we throw at you. If you don't have a purpose and a defined purpose, then all of this will be irrelevant and it will overwhelm you. And so we want you to define your educational and personal goals and to give direction to your journey. And when you give direction to your journey, you will find relevance in the supportive resources and the initiatives and opportunities that the CMU is guaranteed to provide you. On the same point of remembering your purpose, there's a period of newness that you're entering into. And as you enter this period of newness, it is a pivotal time for you. It's one of self-discovery. If you thought you knew yourself, you're going to discover some other elements to who you are. And so as you come and you embrace the growth that this university will encourage, I want you to understand that your growth and development lies outside of just the 4 walls of your lecture rooms. We are at the CMU a tapestry of cultures. We're a tapestry of knowledge. We are waiting to be explored and to help you to explore so that you can make your purpose intertwined with the destinies of others. Look around the room. There are others with destinies, and there will become an intertwining and a commingling. But in the end, your purpose must not be lost in that process. So do not be distracted. Do not lose sight of your goals, because with purpose comes testing. Anybody knows that? With purpose comes testing. And I don't mean the mid-semesters and the final exams. Yes, those will come. But I mean the natural ebbs and flows that you will encounter on your journey. It is a natural part of life. There's ebbing, there's flowing, there's pushing, there's pulling. But in the end, your feet must remain grounded. So your defined purpose will enable you to have a resilience to stay the course even when things don't look the way you think they ought to look on a particular day. And as you navigate your aspirations and attaining excellence. And so the second tip I leave with you is harness your opportunities carefully. The CMU is more than a university. We're proud to be a university, but we're more than a university. We're more than just a space for teaching and learning. We're a powerful connector. I want you to pause and to absorb that for a minute. We are a powerful connector because we bridge the gap very seamlessly between education and industry. So we are here to ensure that every single effort that you make and every choice that you take will align with some aspiration that you have as you navigate this space, trying to find your place or your point of excellence. So we're a place that will tap into your strengths. We're a place that will get you to know things about yourself that you didn't know you had. We're a dynamic platform. We are what I consider to be the laboratory for practical acumen. We're a very applied university. We are what I consider a mirror of industry insights. You will have the industry in your faces daily as you encounter your lecturers in the classroom. So the library, the lecturers, student services, all of these areas will be your new friends. Your fellow students and your fellow navigators will also be an important part of your journey. But I encourage you to engage with the industry, engage with campus events, engage with the internships and the opportunities and the apprenticeships when they come, and never miss an opportunity for networking. There's a young man at this institution. I appreciate his ability to network better than any of our vice presidents and the president himself. He shows up at every event and finds himself in all the right conversations. And as a result of that, his opportunities have been endless. He has been picking, choosing, and refusing where he should go and what he should do. This is your opportunity to do the same. So as you embark on this exciting chapter of your lives, I urge you to do one final thing: seek balance. It's important to find balance. There's an art, there's a delicate art to finding balance in your academic journey. It's about finding the balance between your academic pursuits and your social life. So while the classroom is where you will nurture your intellect, and we expect you to do that, remember that the interactions outside of the classroom also hold invaluable lessons for your development. So I encourage you to engage in the social activities, connect with your peers, participate in the clubs that resonate with your passions. We have something here that will resonate with every passion that exists. So engage with those clubs and ensure that you find yourself in the place that makes you fulfill your greatest dream and your greatest potential. But you see, I want you to remember one thing as you find the balance between the social and the academic. These moments of camaraderie and having the fellowship with your friends are shared experiences. And you must be mindful that while you share and enjoy an experience, there's somebody else who intends to enjoy an experience. You must be considerate about the individual enjoying their experience as well. And so you must think of the in the classroom experience as an opportunity to sharpen your intellect, but think of the social activities as a respite from the academic demands, as an escape from the academic demands. So strive for what I call harmonious equilibrium, my fellow navigators. So let your studies fuel your aspirations, while your social connections energize your spirit. The combination of an energized spirit and refined aspirations is something that is extremely powerful and potent in this world. So find this balance. And this is not just about time management. This is about embracing your holistic well-being. It is about trying to be the totality of who you are intended to be. And that's what we like to see at the end of our CMU journey for our navigators. So your university journey is about thriving in all aspects of your life. I don't just want to talk to you, though, our new navigators. I want to talk to the parents and guardians as well. And just to say that as they now join the CMU family, we vow to guide, to mentor, to nurture, to converting them into the future change makers and power brokers that they are intended to be. You have done a phenomenal job of bringing them to this point. And while they're now embarking on a new path, even now more than ever, your role as pillars of support remains as important as ever. I ask you in this room to give a round of applause to the parents and guardians who have stood by you to this point. Together we shall witness their dreams unfold in ways that honor the steadfast love and belief that you have shown to them. And so in closing, I'll say, finally, students, and I am happy to say students now, no longer applicants. Let today's theme, navigating through excellence, your dreams lie ahead, resonate and connect with your hearts. These are not just words, but these are a declaration of your potential, your resilience, and your limitless capacity for excellence. Students, embark on this journey of excellence, knowing your purpose, seizing every single opportunity as if it were your last, and striking the balance as you pursue your dreams that lie ahead. On behalf of the Caribbean Maritime University, we believe in you. We support you. We are excited to witness the remarkable impact you will make. And finally, I did say finally before, but one more finally. As you travel along this journey, each one of you would have been chosen to be here for your potential, for your uniqueness, for the aspirations that align with the institution. And you would have embarked on a path of legacy. You are building a legacy that transcends generations, but also holds endless opportunities and promise. So as a young man named Andrew Spencer once said to his mentees, the self I want to be is the self already inside of me. Navigate well, sailor. Lead well, captain. Represent well, CMU ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Spencer. I want to reiterate that you are here to learn. You are here to learn from our lecturers. You are here to learn in your classes. But also there is a lot to learn from campus activities. So find that balance between studies and also engaging with what we have to offer here at CMU. So at this time, we're going to move into our greetings, and they will come in this order. First, we will have Ms. Keisha Walker. She's the Vice President of Administration and the University Registrar. You will hear from her. Then you will hear from Professor Noel Brown. He's the Vice President of Academic Affairs and Accreditation. And then you will hear from our Students' Union President, Ms. Tashoy Young, and she will be joining us on Zoom. So we will have the greetings in that order. Ms. Keisha Walker, everyone.
University President, Professor Andrew Spencer, Vice President, Academic Affairs and Accreditation, Professor Noel Brown, CMU Students' Union President, Mr. Shaw Young, Keynote Speaker, Dr. Shalette Ashman, fellow Vice Presidents, presenters, invited guests, members of staff, and most importantly, the incoming class of 2027. Good morning. It is my honor to bring greetings to you on this most auspicious day. Allow me to join with the President in welcoming you to the Caribbean Maritime University. If you are participating in this orientation exercise in person or from cyberspace, I hope that you are smiling, having paused to recognize this momentous achievement. In a country where only a small percentage of the population has had the opportunity to study at the tertiary level, you have taken a bold step in securing your future. And we want to commend you for starting this journey. We also wish to congratulate you, first, on having secured a place at the Caribbean Maritime University, and second, for choosing the CMU as your tertiary institution of choice. We know that you have choices, and we are elated that you have chosen to join this community of excellence. Among this community are thousands of graduates dating back to the very first graduating class in 1982. These include giants in the maritime and related sectors, seafarers, maritime engineers, captains of industry, business and social entrepreneurs. Much like you are doing today, they started their journey here at the CMU and have gone on to make a real difference in the world. I know that you will shortly become a part of this elite group, and we're speaking that into being. Many of you may be the first in your families or your community to attend university, so give of your best and make your supporters proud. The late American philanthropist Helen Keller said, "Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much." The Caribbean Maritime University aims to put the student at the center of everything. As you embark on this new journey, please know that you are not alone, as we are here to serve you because we want you to succeed. Your university years are important. Our goal is not solely to educate you, but to mold and to shape you into rounded individuals, recognizing that some of the most important lessons you will learn will take place outside the classroom, the labs, the workshops, and the library. Aside from the academic support you will receive from your faculties, the Office of Administration and University Registrar is here to build a holistic you. We encourage you to join a club or society, participate in a sport. We have 14 of them. Become a part of the student union. Run for president if you want to. Read your student's handbook and know your rights and responsibility as a student. But overall, enjoy these experiences while you're here. Remember, all work and no play, need I say more? We urge you to strike a healthy balance between your academic studies and your enjoyment of the rich co-curricular opportunities the university offers. We aim to give you the opportunity to spread your wings in a safe and exciting environment. At the end of your studies, you will leave the university with not only a world-class qualification, but with friends and relationships you will cherish for a lifetime. Please permit me before I go to recognize and pay tribute to those who have helped you to get this far, whose support you will need in the days, weeks, months, and years to come. I wish to welcome and indeed celebrate the parents, guardians, family members, and friends who may be watching this ceremony. Thank you for your encouragement and for the support you have offered and continue to offer to our new charges. To the class of 2027, we are here to serve you. Best of luck this academic year.
President Spencer, VP Walker, deans, heads of departments, guest speakers, students, parents, guardians, family members, well-wishers, good morning. Good morning. Thank you. So, congratulations to the students for their outstanding performance in the Caribbean secondary education certificate exams, and I can say that because I know the reason you're here is because you did well there. And also congratulations for submitting an excellent application to the Caribbean Maritime University to enter one of our degree programs. And the fact that you're here, that means you were selected. You are at the right place, and it is a very good choice. This is the start of great things, the start of your professional journey. Now, as VP of Academic Affairs and Accreditation, I want you to know that we at the CMU will not take the fact that you selected us to accompany you on your professional journey lightly. You could have chosen another higher educational institution, but you chose us. We value your choice, and we see it as an honor and a privilege to serve you. But let's get some ground rule. I know a lot have been said, and you know, you're coming to university, and it's a nice thing, and we're happy, and we're enjoying ourselves. Remember that you're no longer in high school. In the university, there is no hand-holding. And parents, let me try and encourage you to start letting go. University is a place for adults. I'm just trying to tell you the truth. I've been through university. All of us sitting up here have been through university, and that is it. And I would be honest to tell you that you might find yourself where when a student comes to university, we have a contract that we would speak to the student, and we don't necessarily divulge information, student information, to the parents. There is kind of like a confidential relationship between the student and the university. So I just want the parents to know that. We want our graduates to be independent professionals. I'm an engineer, and sometimes I would say to a student, you are an engineer when you leave here, a professional person. You're going to go to the industry, and someone will ask you to be in charge of, or put you in charge of, $1 billion piece of equipment. You have to be independent. These are the responsibilities that you take on when you leave here. Because you're no longer in high school, we expect you to perform at a higher level. We expect you to, think, as the president said, you have to remember your purpose. Never forget your purpose. Because the day you forget your purpose is the day you start falling behind. The good thing about it is that my recollection, I wasn't in the island, but I think your CSEC result came out on the 24th of August, 24th, 25th. School will start on the 4th of September. That gives you about 10 days in between, and I think you should take that 10 days and enjoy and bask in the glow of your excellent performance, that 10 days. When you come next Monday, the 4th of September, I want you to come ready for work, ready to be in the university. Don't take another day, another week to relax, because if you do that, you're going to start falling behind. And once you start falling behind, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to catch up from there. But the thing about it, even though I said I want you to be independent, the university provides a lot of support for you. And I'm just encouraging you to take advantage of the support that we provide. One of the good support that we provide is your student handbook. The student handbook kind of gives you an order, a list of do's and don'ts. What you should do, what you shouldn't do, and it outlines some of the penalties if you don't comply with everything that is outlined there. I encourage you to take the time before school to read it. And the one that pertains to you is the one that would be September 2023. If it is not out as yet, Ms. Walker, it will be out soon, correct? The student handbook. So I encourage you to read it and take note of what is said in the handbook. One other thing that I notice is whenever a student, or whenever I get a call from the parent, when I get a call from a parent or from a student or an email, it is really, really late. I don't want to say it's too late. And a lot of time you might ask the student or the parent, did you read your handbook? And they say, what is that? We didn't know anything about it. And no, they didn't read it. And hence, they find themselves running afoul of some of the rules of the university. And I keep looking around and I see, the anxiety building and everything. Sorry, but I'm just trying to be as frank as possible. So use the support that we provide. One of the support that you have, and you would normally use it instead of reading your handbook and listen to what your lecturer said and things like that, is your friend, your brethren. Your brethren is important, but make sure you read the handbook before you consult your friend. Once I was in a classroom and I explained something to a student, and this is not an anecdote or a thing, it really happened. I gave some instructions to my student, and a young lady did not follow the instructions, so she ran afoul. So I invited her, had her sat down for a discussion. And when I discussed it with her, I said, but I explained this to you. What happened? And she clearly told me that I am her lecturer. How can she believe me? I am the lecturer. She will not believe me. And I said, so who you believe? She said, our friend did tell her. Be careful of that. The friends are important. I'm not saying that they are not important. They are very important, but be careful. And I said, remember that you're here to read for your degree, among other things. So I would expect that you would read and follow instructions. If you don't understand, you can ask questions. Some of the other good resources that we provide, your lecturers, your tutors. We have academic advisors, and these people would be able to guide you through your sojourn here at CMU. But on top of all of that and everything that I've said, try to have fun. One of the things you would hear about CMU as a university is that it is the simulator capital of the Caribbean, because we boast the most simulator of any university in the Caribbean. Correct, my colleagues? All right? Thank you. So I would just say that see your university life as a simulated life. You have a chance to simulate your professional life, what you want to be as a professional. You have a chance to simulate it. So you can make some mistakes and you can clear it up and everything like that, so that when you go out into the world of work, you are prepared. And when I say simulated life, is that we have student government here. So if you're interested in politics or leadership, you can put yourself up for election to run in one of these posts, to serve in one of those posts. If you're interested in just management and leading a small company or a small group, you have clubs, you have societies, you have different things that you can get yourself involved in. And I would encourage you to do that. On top of all of that, I want you to have fun. I want you to bask in the experience, your university experience. Here at the university, you're going to meet some amazing people. On your lecturer side, you're going to meet some good friends. Some of these friends are going to be your lifelong friends. You might even meet your lifelong partner at this university. Possible, you know, but so take advantage of everything that we provide, and as the president said, the experience that you have here at a university. All right, so thank you very much, and all the best. And my name is Noel Brown. I'm your VP Academics. My door is open, and if there are any challenge or any concerns, please come and see me. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Professor Noel Brown, Vice President of Academic Affairs and Accreditation. We will now have Mr. Shoy Young. She's our Student Union President, and she is on Zoom. So I invite you to pay attention to your screens.
Good morning, everyone. Professor Andrew Spencer, Miss Keisha Walker, Professor Noel Brown. My name is Tashua Young, your Students' Union President for the upcoming academic year. Currently, a fourth-year student under the Faculty of Shipping.
Hi, Tashoy. We are not hearing you at this time. No, but we are reading lips, so we're not hearing you. Okay. Hi.
Are you hearing me now?
No,
Hi.
we're not hearing you. Still reading lips.
Persons online are hearing on Zoom.
Not hearing you. All right. So while we get Tashoy going, we will invite Miss Johnny Dennis. She's our assessment manager, and she will be speaking to you from the assessment and admissions unit. So please put your hands together for Miss Johnny Dennis.
Good morning. Welcome to the Caribbean Maritime University. We are so excited that you have selected our institution as your university of choice. Again, I am Janique Dennis, and I will be sharing on the assessment and admissions division of Student Affairs. Now, there are 5 units within admissions and assessment. We have admissions, student records, examination, scholarship and financial aid, as well as certification. Now, before I proceed, I invite you all to log on to the Caribbean Maritime University website at www.cmu.edu.jm. If it is that you have received the login credentials, we invite you to log on to your student registration system. Now let's take a look at admissions. There are 4 steps to the admissions process. Step 1, application. Step 2, acceptance. Step 3, pre-registration, and step 4, registration. The admissions process is only finished when you have completed all 4 steps. Now, if it is that you have received invitation to orientation, it means you would have completed step 1 and 2, which now takes us to pre-registration. Now, some of you would have participated in this step of the process, and for those of you who have recently received your CSEC results and are pending invitation to our pre-registration exercise, then you will experience these steps or procedures. Now, at pre-registration, you will be required to confirm acceptance of the offer. verify your personal information on record, and you will also be issued with a CMU email address and password. Now, point to note here, your email address is not a souvenir. All students are required to use your assigned CMU email address to communicate with staff and faculty here at CMU. At pre-registration, you will also be issued or assigned rather to a group or stream. Now note, at pre-registration, no payment is required. However, you are required to pay your commitment fee. Now, once you have completed step 3, pre-registration, you will be issued a pre-registration receipt, which will take you into step 4, registration. Now, registration here at CMU means you have met your financial obligation. Now, once you have been registered, you would be issued a student authorization card, and this will give you access to your identification card, access to courses and classrooms, access to library facilities, health insurance, sporting teams, and access to boarding if available. You will also be given access to your workshops and labs, as well as access to registry services, particularly our student records. Now, our student records refers to our letters, transcript, signed unofficial transcript, and for those of you who will be embarking on the work and travel program, your status letters. Now let's take a look at examination. There are several types of examinations here at CMU, and we encourage all students to read your student handbook to understand the rules and regulations. Now we have our midterm examinations, end of semester, popularly known as final exams, resit or supplemental, repeat, special, and oral examinations. Now, kindly note, for this academic year, 2023-2024, all examinations will be conducted face-to-face. Now, each bachelor's degree here at CMU is 4 years in length. However, students have up to 7 years to complete their degree. The pass mark for courses is 50%, however. If you are within the Faculty of Marine and Nautical Studies, then some courses, the pass mark is 60%. Grades are posted by your individual lecturers online using the student registration system. However, you must be financially clear to access your grades. All courses contribute to the overall GPA, including your mandatory industrial awareness, which will be your internship. Now, for your face-to-face examinations, you are required to have a valid student ID as well as your examination card. Now, your examination card is issued by the student registration system, and you must be financially cleared to access your examination card. Now, our examination card has a special security feature, and so we encourage you not to try and tamper or duplicate our examination card. Now let's take a look at exception registration. Exception registration are for those students who have failed a course and are required to complete a resit or repeat. It is also for those students who have missed an examination due to extenuating circumstances and are required to do a supplemental. Now, we understand that this is a lot of information for you today, but we will be having our examinations webinar in December. Now, let's take a look at scholarship and bursaries. The university manages several scholarships, including the Caribbean Shipping Association Monica Silvera Scholarship, which is valued at $2,500 US. We also have our New Fortress Energy Scholarship, which is also valued at $2,500. We have the Embassy of the People's Republic of China Scholarship, which is valued at 200,000 Jamaican dollars. Now, we also have our university awards, such as our Academic Excellence, Sports, Student Governance, Excellence in Co-curricular, Excellence in Community Involvement. Now, this takes us to our final leg, or what will be your final leg here at CMU, and this is certification. This is where we want to see you and where your parents want to see you at graduation. Now, to be an eligible candidate, you must have successfully completed all your foundation courses or fulfilled your conditional acceptance agreement. You must have successfully completed all your taught modules and, of course, complete your final project, which is required for your bachelor or diploma. You must, of course, have met your financial obligations to the university as well as the library. Now, certificates are issued 3 times per year at the end of each semester. This takes us to the end of our presentation. Should you have any questions, we invite you to email us at registry@cmu.edu.jm. You are also welcome to give us a call at 876-618-7447. That is 618-7447. Now, our principal officers here at the Office of Student Affairs are Ms. Keisha Walker, Vice President of Administration and University Registrar, Mrs. Tisha Walker-Brown, our Director of Student Affairs, yours truly, Janique Dennis, Assessment Manager, Mr. Ricardo Marriott, Admissions Manager, and Mr. George Malcolm, Student Affairs Manager. Students, we want to see you succeed. Again, thank you for selecting the Caribbean Maritime University as your institution of choice. We are always here for you.
Thank you so much, Janique. And after all that talking, we're just gonna pause a little so you can watch a video. The video is called Tips and Tricks, and what we did was kind of ask our staff members or faculty members kind of what they did as university students and how they excelled. So they want to share some things with you this morning, so I want you to pay attention to the series of videos that are coming up.
As a student, I used to ensure, because I was working at the time, part-time, I ensured that whatever I brought from the working environment, I normally critique it with my lecturers. I asked them, what is the difference? How does it transfer? Or you transfer what is being done to what is being taught? And sometimes what I realize is that what is being taught has been tweaked a little, because when you go into the actual working world, it is sometimes totally different.
One of the tips that I used while I was studying at the CMU was to ensure that I go over all of my notes every day, and then at the end of the week, I would go over all the notes that I collected during the week. So when it was time for me to do a test or any kind of assessment, I was always ready, and I found that very useful and effective.
You know, what worked for me when I was at university was to study little by little, regularly, constantly. And you know what? It worked. I never crammed anything at the last minute. And that's why I graduated.
University life will have its ups and downs. I certainly had mine. Now, during the down times, you might get disheartened. You know, it might come from anywhere. It might be a lack of financial resources. It might be avenue transportation. It could be anything. But what I will say is this: in my experience, when it got hard on me, and I put in the effort, I became a resourceful student with the aim of, no matter what happened, I must graduate. You see, on that day when I did actually graduate, there is not much joy in the world that I can compare to that feeling. And so I would say to you, this is a worthwhile endeavor, even if it gets hard.
The area of study at university was tourism management. One thing I did was to maintain a relationship with my lecturers outside of the classroom, which led to a mentor-mentee relationship. This led me to meeting people within the tourism industry, such as Benicio Watson and the now president of the Caribbean Maritime University, Professor Andrew Spencer.
Starting CMU, I received an organizational chart from my mentor, which I placed over my wall. And once I received my timetable, I ensured that I followed that chart to become a successful gentleman today.
While I was a student at the CMU, I became an indoctrinator. Indoctrinators are known for their great leadership skills, which would then help me with placement at sea for my cadetship.
So while in university, I joined the Joy Club, which is the Optimist movement. So on my resume, under achievements, or clubs rather, I ensured that I put my Joy membership as well as my Lieutenant Governor status on my resume. This has helped me in interviews because I always wear my Joy pin. Well, not today, but usually I'm in my Joy pin, and then when I go into the interview, persons that are Joy members would recognize it, and then I think I get first preference over the other candidate.
When I was in university, one of the tips I used to keep me grounded and to prepare for examinations was to get those past papers. So I would go to the library, collect them, ensure that I photocopied all I needed to photocopy, particularly for those difficult subjects, right? I would see the style of how the lecturer would set their exams and basically how they would pull all of those together. I studied those multiple choice questions. I studied the essay type questions. Guess what? Many times when you would enter into those exam rooms, you would find that some of the very questions that you studied are on the test paper. So what my advice to you is, go to the library, get those past papers, ensure that you study them and utilize them to your own benefit. All the best.
Can we have a round of applause for our faculty and our staff? Awesome, awesome. So at this time, we are going to invite Miss Davia Finlater, and she is going to share her testimony of what it's like to be a student at the Caribbean Maritime University. Please put your hands together for her.
Mr. President, Deputy President, Vice President of Academics, Vice President for Administration and University Registrar, other VPs, directors, managers, and staff, parents, guardians, and students. A pleasant good morning. I was granted with the opportunity of sharing my academic journey with you all, and I can say I am so honored to share it with you. When I look back at the start of my educational journey, it's difficult to believe how far I've come. So I began my college experience during the challenging times of the pandemic. With online classes and a full-time job in my first year, I initially saw college as just a hurdle to overcome, rather than an opportunity to explore and grow. I basically held myself back. I wasn't embracing my potential, and I was shying away from involvement. Scholarships came around and I did not apply, and when it came time for asking for help, It seemed like it was an admission of weakness, basically. Yet within me, I always knew there was untapped potential waiting to be discovered. It was not until later that I realized the only person who was holding me back was myself. This realization came to light thanks to the persons who saw something in me that I had not seen in myself. Friends who believed Thank you. Friends who believed in me more than I believed in myself, and lecturers who recognized my potential even when I was barely trying. They all played pivotal roles in my transformation. The turning point came when my academic journey shifted gears during my third year. The transition from virtual to face-to-face learning was invigorating. It was as if I had finally gained access to the university experience that I longed for. I realized that true education transcends the classroom. Lecturers, they provide guidance, but the responsibility is on us to seize every opportunity to learn and grow. At this level of your education, you have to know who you are and what you want. Most of what you will learn on your own. My newfound mindset transformed my approach to learning. No, I was no longer dependent solely on lectures. I immersed myself in self-directed study. The materials provided by my lecturers were just the beginning of my educational exploration. I delved deeper, teaching myself beyond the classroom syllabus. It wasn't just about personal gain. I found joy in helping others understand complex concepts through peer tutoring. The staff and the students of the Caribbean Maritime University, they are my community. But my classmates, they are my family. Our shared goals and experiences forge a sense of community. We recognize that lifting each other up was crucial for collective success. I embraced the role of a leader, guiding and tutoring my fellow schoolmates through challenging courses and fostering an environment of support and growth. I would like to express my deepest gratitude for the incredible impact that the Earn and Learn program has had on my personal and professional development. The team's dedication to my success and their willingness to guide me through challenges have been invaluable. To fellow students, I wholeheartedly encourage you to consider being a part of the Earn and Learn program. This program equips you with more than just technical skills. It nurtures your confidence, it fosters strong work ethic, and surrounds you with a community that genuinely cares about your progress. Reflecting on my journey, I've come to understand that challenges and hard work are catalysts for growth. The difficult moments, including times when lecturers pushed me harder than I thought necessary, they weren't born out of cruelty, but out of care. They saw something in me that I needed to see in myself. It's like playing video games. You unlock a new level each time you win. This is to say that each time we allow ourselves to try something new, we unlock newfound potential. That feeling that you get after trying and succeeding, the joy, the fulfillment, and satisfaction is unlike no other. However, university is not confined to academics only. It's a space to discover your passions, talents, and potential beyond the classroom. For some, academics may not be the only focal point. Instead, we have sports, leadership opportunities, or participation in clubs and societies. These are all outlets for personal growth. My journey at the Caribbean Maritime University has been nothing short of transformative. It's an experience that stands uniquely on its own, defying all these comparisons with other universities. CMU's atmosphere encourages growth, self-discovery, and the realization that potential is limitless when embraced. Today, I stand as a testament to the transformation that's possible when you challenge yourself. I am no longer limited by doubt or complacency. I am a scholarship awardee, an active member of the student union body, and a leader in various clubs and societies. I found a new sense of purpose, driven by the belief that there is so much more to uncover about myself. Today, my fellow students, I implore you to shed your inhibitions, embrace challenges, take ownership of your education, and find your place in your academic community. Let your potential flourish, guided by the support of those who believe in you. Embrace your journey and unlock the extraordinary within you. Be active, be outspoken, be respectful, and be the best version of the person you know you can be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we are going to go into a presentation from the Student Services Department, and we will invite Mr. George Malcolm, the Manager of Student Affairs at this time. Please put your hands together for him.
Pleasant good day. How are we doing today? We look awfully bored. What's happening? It's too much talk? No, it's orientation, and all the information that we're giving to you is of significant importance. Right? So, to my president, the VPs, faculties, is everything okay? Yes, we welcome you to the CMU. I bring greetings from the Office of Student Affairs, the Student Services Division. Let me say thank you for being here. We welcome you to the CMU as we define ourselves in the Student Affairs and Student Services Division as the... Why is this happening? I'm sorry, I'm a little off. Excuse me. This is happening. Yes. All right. So the Office of Student Affairs exists to foster good relationship among students, the various faculties, and university administration. Our efforts focus to promote student success by inspiring growth and development. The division is committed to putting students first. You are our #1 priority. We are driven by the theme, our students, the art of the CMU. You, the students, are the reason why we're here. We thank you, we appreciate you, and we welcome you to the CMU. The CMU comprises of different faculties, different programs, and the Office of Student Services is where you can go to get all the necessary information as it pertains to the different faculties and information. As we move right into the presentation, what we do within Student Services, we foster good relationship between students, faculty, and administration, promote student success, and promote growth and development. We have several different units within Student Services, namely Student Experience and Involvement, otherwise called Student Placement, Student Discipline, Student Support Services that take into consideration student housing, clubs and societies, and welfare, Sports, Counseling and Chaplaincy, Community Engagement, Alumni Relations, Creative Arts, and Disabilities Unit. Student Experience and Involvement. This take into consideration the placement services where we try to place students across the different industries. All students are required to complete a industry awareness program for experience, to garner experience, and the IAP program also prepares students for full-time employment after graduation. Student Discipline ensures proper deportment of all students, including proper monitoring of classes, ensures student adherence to University Code of Conduct, investigates, adjudicate student disciplinary matters and other complaints and grievances, It also assists with students' transition to the university and assists with the safety and security of our students. Student support services. Housing. The university offers two different residents, one in Port Royal that is referred to as the Admiralty House, that houses at least 160 students, and another residence at the Copacabana that houses at least approximately 20 students. The housing is limited, as limited accommodation, and for this 2023-2024 academic year, as we are currently going through or undergoing construction and renovations. Student support services also take into consideration clubs and societies, and the clubs and societies are designed to meet the varying needs of student body. Clubs are guided by faculty advisors, and they meet weekly. These clubs and societies you can engage in and try as best as possible to ensure that you're a part of an extracurricular activity. The welfare takes into consideration health insurance. All students or registered students of the CMU are entitled to an health card that you can visit the doctor, do your dental, and so on. Earn and Learn program. This program was introduced for students to earn while they learn at the CMU. Special Assistance Lunch Program. This program was also introduced to assist needy students with at least one meal 3 times a week for each semester. And we have also the Path and Tertiary Bursary that is there that you can also apply. So we encourage students to apply when these programs are open. And most importantly, the sports department is one of the fun departments within the student services. It usually has different sporting activities such as cheerleading, netball, rugby, football, basketball, volleyball, and rowing, hockey, fencing, track and field, and swimming. However, the sporting unit will only be engaging in 6 of these sporting activities for this academic year: cheerleading, netball, rugby, football, and basketball, and volleyball. The sports unit also engage students via sports webinars, sports quiz competitions, fitness tests, skill-based presentation, and you name it. As it pertains to the counseling and chaplaincy unit, this helps students maintain good mental, social, emotional, and spiritual well-being. It also assists students who are experiencing daily stressors and challenges. And don't ever tell yourself that you don't need this, because it really starts with a conversation. Sessions can be facilitated virtually by telephone or face-to-face. Appointments can be booked via email. As it pertains to the community involvement unit, it implements the community engagement strategy of the university and develop and implement a range of innovative techniques to engage the community. Alumni relations. This is to create a strong link between the university and its graduates, to connect to each other and to connect the university with the alumni and to connect alumni with the current students of the university. Another fun unit of the student services is creative arts. It seeks to engage students who are artistically and creatively inclined. If you know you have the talent and the skills, you can also engage in the different units that we have. So the creative arts, students are engaged in creative expressions such as visual arts, literary arts, and performing arts. Students' Union, it is a democratic student-led organization that seeks to represent student support and enhance the lives of the members. The Student Services provides advice and guidance to the Student Union. Disabilities Unit. Disabilities Unit ensure that the university meet their obligations to provide access to students with disabilities. We have encountered situations here where students are, sitting in a classroom or outside of the classroom and have been affected, whether visually impaired. However, the university offer a retrofit situation to ensure that these students are not disenfranchised from the university. And if you enter the university with any form of disabilities, so to speak, we can also retrofit situations and practices to our teaching techniques to assist in that area. And lastly, you can also contact the student services and by student affairs at cmu.edu.jm. The student services division have also brought to the students a program that is referred to as ESAP. The ESAP program is an external student assistant program. In the event students would like to speak to someone other than the counselor at the university, so students can also take advantage of this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malcolm. All right, so we are going to speak with Tashoy now. Hi, Tashoy.
Hi, are you hearing me now?
Yes, we are hearing you. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. A pleasant good morning, everyone. My name is Tashua Young, your Students' Union President for the upcoming academic year. Currently a fourth-year student under the Faculty of Shipping and Logistics, pursuing a bachelor's degree in Logistics and Supply Chain Management. I am honored and elated to extend a warm welcome to you all. Whether you're starting your college journey or transferring from another institution, we are thrilled to have you here. Starting anew can be both exciting and overwhelming, but rest assured that you are not alone. Here at the Caribbean Maritime University, we prioritize creating a supportive and inclusive environment where everyone can thrive. Throughout your time here, the Student Union will be your gateway to a variety of resources, opportunities, and events that will enrich your college experience. We are here to represent your voice, address your concerns, and advocate for your needs. Feel free to reach out to any member of the executive board or approach us during our office hours. We are here to support you in any way we can. Aside from the union, there are countless clubs, organizations, and student-led initiatives that offer a platform for you to explore your interests, discover new passions, and forge lifelong friendships. I encourage you all to get involved and make the most of your time here. There's truly something for everyone. Remember, college is not just about academic pursuits, but also about personal growth and development. Take advantage of the opportunities available to you. Be open to new experiences and embrace diversity in all its forms. Engage in meaningful conversations, challenge your perspectives, and build lasting connections that will shape your future. As student body president, my main goal is to ensure that each and every one of you feels heard, valued, and represented. Your input and ideas are crucial, and I invite you to share them with us. For together, we can create an even more stronger and vibrant student community. Once again, welcome to the Caribbean Maritime University. This year holds tremendous possibilities, and I can't wait to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tashoy. And just to reiterate, she is our student body president for this year. So we're moving right along, and we want to do a special feature on our Moneague campus. Now, CMU has different campuses all across the island, and this is our main campus. So we're gonna have a feature, and we invite Dr. Reginald Simpson. He's one of our lecturers and program coordinators. Dr. Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Permit me, Madam Chair, to adopt the protocol that has already been established. Ladies and gentlemen, pleasant morning to you. It is an honor of mine to give you some highlights as it relates to the Moneague College, what is happening on the Moneague College on our side. I want to share with you that at the Moneague College, we have partnered with CMU, and we are now offering a BSc in Logistics and Supply Change Management. I want to share with you, not because we're not on the main campus, but I want to share with you that the same rigors and the same zest and everything that you have to put into your studies on main campus, you too have to put it in while on the Moneague campus. It is no different. The program is not watered down, because many times students ask, is it the same program that I will do? But I want to share with you this morning that you're actually doing the same program. The quality and the content, they are the same. I want to share with you also, importantly, that we have an active student in terms of clubs and societies. So students who come to the Moneague College can also be a part of our clubs and societies. They can get engaged and so forth. We also have our sports clubs where students can get involved. If you are athletically inclined, then you can be a part of our sports club. And we also offer scholarships as well. So those students who do well academically in terms of their GPA, we recognize them and we offer them scholarships. In fact, there's a special time of the year when we have highlights where we give awards to our students who are doing extremely well academically, where their GPA is 3.0 and above. Importantly, at the college, we ensure that our students get a holistic approach to learning. And so for most part, our students go out on field trips. We take them to different places where they can apply the theory that they learn within the classroom setting. They can apply it into practice. And so at the Moneague College, we have established this partnership with CMU, and I must share with you that it has been good. Students, when they come here and they enjoy themselves on campus, and we have a lot of success stories. And let me tell you that our success rate is extremely high. For most part, our students who start at the Moneague College, they finish their program. So we have a very good retention rate, because most of our students complete their programs at the Moneague College. One other thing that I want to share with you too is that we tend to allow our students to go on campus as well, on the main campus, because sometimes students say that we want to have the real life experience on the main campus, that is in Kingston. And so we provide that opportunity for students as well. So I want to thank you all for taking the time out to listen to me, and have a good day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Simpson. And as I mentioned before, CMU has partnerships with different campuses, different schools rather, across the island. And so at this time, we're gonna have a special feature on the Sam Sharp Teachers College, with which we have a partnership, and we will invite Dr. Mark Broomfield at this time, who is the Director of Operations for that Western campus. Please put your hands together for him.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, even those who are thinking of falling asleep. It is a good day. We are in a good place. It's almost Christmas. It's a good day. We're in a good place. It's almost Christmas. Can I see the hands of those who are here from the Western campus? Mobi. Thank you. Round of applause to those who made the journey. And for those who are in Kingston, a round of applause for you as well. I see the new students. Some look anxious, some look nervous, some are wondering if they're in the right place. The answer is yes, you are. You are in the right place at the right time, and big things are about to happen for all of us. But I want to speak specifically about the Western Campus. So don't get jealous. You can always transfer when I'm done. I thought the people from Western Campus would have been cheering when I said that. You can transfer to Western Campus when you are done. I can't get in the Western Campus. Those who are in Kingston, you can transfer to the Western Campus when you are done. Well, I feel left out. Anyway, so the Caribbean Maritime University is growing and expanding. And in order to cater to our Western stakeholders, constituents, we have been expanding our space in the Western Campus. We have our own classroom. So though we are stationed at Sam Sharp Teachers College, we have our own classroom. We share some things. You know, we share the libraries, we share the nursing quarters. We share even the lunch space. But as I acknowledge the president and the executives that are here, I'm sure they want me to tell you that the executive, the board of directors of the Caribbean Maritime University has a vested interest in ensuring that it builds out its platform, its operations in the Western Campus. I thought the Mobi people would be sure. So that is the plan, that is the goal, because we understand that we have to take good products to people, because it's cheaper if we lift the product and bring it to you than if you come to us. When you go to the Western Campus, if you're from the West, you don't have to pay boarding, you don't have to pay transportation. And though we have not confirmed it as yet, I am, and I hope I'm not putting the president. But we are discussing how we can improve the services. For example, in Kingston, you have a bus that takes you from Harborview to here. We're discussing having a bus at the Western Campus that offers the same services to our students. I thought I would hear cheers from the Western Campus people. Right? They all drive. So cheer for those who don't drive. Sports, we're expanding. Opportunities for jobs, we're expanding. And I'm sure they will cheer for this one. I am looking forward to the next time we have a valedictorian, that the valedictorian is going to come from Western Campus. I'm still waiting for the cheers. In sports, we did well. I saw the Western Campus came to Kingston and they performed well. So well that they scared the other faculties. Even the cadets got a little bit scared. We fell short this year, but next year we're going to be there. So I want to make it clear to all the students, especially those at the Western Campus. It is our purpose, it is our intent to ensure that whatever is offered to our stakeholders at the main campus is offered to you in the Western Campus. And I'm going to be on the spot now and say you can hold the executive, the board of directors, and the president of the Caribbean Maritime University, that next time we speak about the Western Campus, the cheers will be louder, because we are serious about what we say, we are deliberate about what we plan to do, and we understand the treasure that we have on the western side of the country. Now I just want to share something that we're thinking of, one more thing. So we are thinking of looking at, because as it is now, the only program that we offer today is the degree in logistics and supply chain. We're thinking of bringing back engineering. We would have started this year, but we're not there yet, so we're looking into that next year. And we are looking seriously at having what we call cruise shipping and marine tourism, a degree in that, because that is the belt of our tourist industries on the western side. So I'm sure next year, when we have a sitting like this, all the space here, Mr. President, and the Vice Presidents will be filled with Western Campus students. But I'm sure, hopefully next year or soon after, when we have orientation like this, we will have it from where? Somewhere on the west. So ladies and gentlemen, students, parents, you can be confident in this, that we will take care of your investment, we will take care of your students, and the university will do all it can to ensure that you have the best resources, the best lecturers. We are serious about student-centeredness, and that is why we are pushing and expanding the Students' Union to ensure that we can meet the needs of our students, not only in Kingston or Monique, but more so as I speak for the Western Campus, that very soon, Mr. President and Vice President, the people in Kingston will be troubled. As the songwriter said, the water is troubled, my friend. Step right in. It is time that the Western Campus, and the time is coming when the Western Campus will be the envy of the Caribbean Maritime University stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Brimfield. So at this time, we are going to have our keynote speaker for this morning, and we are going to invite Miss Galeon Williams. She's a lecturer here at the CMU. She is going to introduce our guest speaker this morning. In the meantime, though, I want to say that it's an incredible experience to be at the CMU. One of the things that I envy from you is that you guys have a more specialized degree program. Unlike the others, we're streaming, so I don't want to get in any trouble, but unlike the other universities that provide you with just the basics of what you need to know, I can boast that CMU is very, they go into the nitty-gritty. And so when we say that we produce industry-ready leaders, we really do. So I want you to put your hands together for the faculty and the staff members here who help to provide you with that kind of, that kind of teaching and learning. So put your hands together for our faculty and staff, and you can see some of them have joined us in the room this morning. So at this time, I'm gonna invite Ms. Galeon Williams. She's one of the lecturers who I just spoke about, and she is going to introduce our keynote speaker.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Ashman is a multifaceted professional who serves as the CEO of Learning Hub. She possesses a wide range of skills and accomplishments, including, thank you, being an accomplished author, a certified brain training coach, an expert in e-learning, a dedicated educator, and a captivating inspirational speaker. Her extensive knowledge covers various domains such as virtual academies, e-learning consulting, curriculum design, software development, computerized brain training, virtual office solutions, and the development of learning management systems. In 2005, Dr. Ashman introduced e-learning and online test preparation to the Caribbean and has since become a renowned leader in this field. Her online training initiatives have helped thousands of students achieve record success in their examinations. In addition, her passion for creating equal access to advanced educational tools and resources for Caribbean students has earned her 4 National Innovation Awards for her contribution to education. As an educational technologist, Dr. Ashman has combined her education and technology knowledge to develop comprehensive e-learning and test preparation portals. She has also assisted organizations seeking to use technology to enhance teaching and learning. Over the years, Dr. Ashman has partnered with institutions such as Harvard University, Macmillan Publishers, Nelson Thornes Publishers, RIM, USAID, Jamaica Constabulary Force, CDA, Lime, and Digicel. In addition, she has collaborated with several ministries of education, including Jamaica, Dominica, the British Virgin Islands, and the Turks and Caicos Islands, to create and execute e-learning initiatives, enabling students to engage with online learning platforms. As a certified brain training coach, Dr. Ashman has conducted extensive research and cognitive training with low-achieving primary school students. She is dedicated to working with individuals who desire to improve their memory using computerized working memory training via the Learning Hub Cognitive Center. She has achieved many remarkable feats, including the successful development and publication of 9 Ministry of Education and Youth approved workbooks tailored for primary school students in Jamaica. Furthermore, she has crafted an enthralling comic series, Jamaverse, that has captured widespread interest. Additionally, she provides online resources for preparing for the regional CSEC examination. She also offers test preparation platforms for primary school leaving exams in numerous countries such as Jamaica, Trinidad, Bahamas, Botswana, Ghana, Nigeria, and Zambia. Regarding her academic accomplishments, Dr. Ashman holds a PhD in Computing Technology and Education, showcasing her expertise in the field. She has also earned an Education Specialist degree, a Master's degree in Rhetoric, Composition, and Digital Media, a Master's degree in Business, and a Bachelor of Science degree in Business, demonstrating her diverse academic background and multidisciplinary knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker, Dr. Charlotte Ashman.
Thank you so much. Esteemed lecturers, dedicated support staff, students, a heartfelt good morning to you all. Yes, I'm deeply privileged to speak to the newest members of the Caribbean Maritime University as they embark on the 2023 orientation session. You are the shining representation of Jamaica's promising future. And today signifies the commencement of a new chapter in your life. During the next 4 years, you will need to navigate through excellence because your dreams indeed lie ahead. In navigating through excellence, there are a number of things that you will need to do. First and foremost, the primary expectation is for each and every one of you to finish your program. Unlike high school, the environment here will be a departure from what you're accustomed to. The bell won't be your timekeepers, and the faculty, while deeply invested in your education, won't be behind you every step reminding you of deadlines. Within the academic calendar, you'll find approximately 15 weeks of engaging contact session per semester, with 2 weeks set aside for exam. By week 6, brace yourself for exams, and just 6 weeks later, prepare for end of semester tests. Students, it won't be just a monotony of written tests. You'll find yourself engrossed in group projects, captivating oral presentations, and varied assignments. You will be exposed to 21st century learning skills, critical thinking, creative thinking, communicating, and collaborating. These skills will help you learn, and so they will be vital to your success at CMU and beyond. Now, let's discuss group work. While some of you may prefer working alone, at CMU, teamwork is central to the ethos. When assigned to group tasks, see it as an opportunity. Choose teammates with skills that complement your own. Perhaps you need a strong writer, someone with keen analytical abilities, or a charismatic presenter. Create a group charter. Clearly define responsibilities and ensure that everyone contributes. I urge you to embrace this mode of collaborative learning because in the professional realm, teamwork is going to be unavoidable. Do your utmost to not just sit in a group relying on the efforts of others. Striving for excellence means fully investing yourself in your group, attending meetings, and fulfilling your share of the assignments. Navigating through excellence means that you will complete your coursework, you will attend classes on time, and you will be present for every single session. It also means that you will dress appropriately. And I don't need to say this, but you'll refrain from cheating, and of course, you will avoid plagiarism. In fact, to truly understand how to navigate through excellence, you need to familiarize yourself with the student handbook. Let the handbook be your compass. If you ever find yourself lost, the handbook is your map. Now, the esteemed faculty is here to support you. Forge connections with your lecturers. Don't hesitate to seek clarity in class and capitalize on one-on-one sessions if they are offered. Remember, every question is worth asking. Life at CMU is not limited to the confines of the classroom. Enrich your student experience by delving into diverse activities, whether it's joining service clubs, to make positive impacts on indulging in physical activities for wellness. There's a place at CMU for everyone. Not only do these activities provide a break from academic pressures, but they also pave the way for friendships that might last a lifetime. At CMU, the university is not just about grades. While maintaining a robust GPA is essential, we urge you to immerse yourself in the extracurriculars. Seize every single opportunity, whether it's attending a seminar, securing internships, or taking up leadership roles in group endeavors. Remember, the maritime industry is a dynamic one. It's imperative to stay abreast of the latest trends, technologies, and regulations. As you navigate through your academic journey, focus on honing skills and begin envisioning your path post-graduation. Moreover, you should never underestimate the power of connections. Engage with the illustrious alumni. Nurture relationships with professors and bond with your peers. These bonds can be the bridges to myriad opportunities in the future. And I want you to persevere. I want you to say that word with me, persevere. I can't hear you, persevere. Persevere. I want you to persevere. The word persevere means to continue with a purpose or course of action despite facing difficulties, and you are going to face difficulties. I'm not going to kid you. Obstacles or setbacks. It involves maintaining determination, persistence, and a strong will to achieve, and in persevering, you will not give up. You will not give up. You will keep pushing forward, often in the face of adversity or discouragement. Perseverance is often associated with resilience, tenacity, and a refusal to surrender or quit. It implies a steadfast commitment to one's objectives and the willingness to work hard and endure hardships in pursuit of success. I want you to listen to this story. I read a book about a small girl, age 6, who was the victim of a serial rapist. He abducted and brutalized her repeatedly before it was discovered by her family. This child became reclusive, withdrawn, and traumatized. Additionally, she was abused by her father, who abused alcohol and did not show her love. Her father was a car wash man, and her mother was a domestic helper. She grew up in a home without electricity and running water. She sold plums in the market, and she fed herself at school by consuming the Nutri-Bun and Nutri-Milk. She sold ginger beer and suck in the markets. She also sold callaloo to the people in her community in Grand Spain while she was attending primary school. She passed her exam for a traditional high school, and there were many days when all her mother could give her was the bus fare to go to school. But this little girl, she dreamed big, and she decided that she would persevere. She strategized. She joined the track team so that she could get free lunch. When track season was over, she joined the netball team so that she could get free lunch. She lived in a home, as I mentioned, without electricity and running water. However, every single night, she would go next door and sit under her neighbor's outside light and do her homework. She recognized that education was the only way that she could pull herself and her parents out of poverty. The little girl worked hard, and she strived to do her best in every single class. She worked twice as hard as anyone she knew. Her mother supported her every move. When it was time to take her CSEC examination, her mother had only enough money in the bank to pay for her examination. So she closed her bank account and gave the little girl every single penny. The little girl remembered the sacrifices that her mother made and decided not to focus on friends, but to focus on her education. She had a dream, and she wanted to get a solid education. She wanted to take care of her parents. She wanted to live in a nice neighborhood. She wanted to drive a nice car and have some money in the bank. This little girl faced many challenges in life. At 17, she left home because she just could not deal with her father's abuse. Armed with her dream to be somebody in society, this little girl decided on a plan to achieve her objective. This little girl decided to persevere until success happened. She decided that she would get a diploma, then a bachelor's degree, then a master's degree, and a PhD. She struggled through her diploma and bachelor's program in Jamaica. Then she went to the United States to continue her work to achieve her dream of earning a master's and a PhD. She enrolled in a master's program. However, she did not have much money as she could not work because she was an international student. But the little girl decided to persevere until success happens. So she did all she could to survive. She braided hair for a living. She babysat little children. She tutored children from all over the community. She sold artwork. At one point, this little girl went homeless as she rented her apartment and lived in her car when the going got tough. She did all of this in pursuit of her dream. She really struggled through university in a bid to earn her master's and doctorate degrees. However, despite the challenges, this little girl persevered until success happened. She did well in university. At one point, she was even named Student of the Year. She pioneered e-learning in the Caribbean. She built her own multi-million-dollar technology business. She traveled extensively. She bought her dream homes and many other homes. She took great care of her mother. She did not let her circumstances define her. This little girl stands before you today to give testimony to the idea that your circumstances Thank you. This little girl stands before you today to give idea to the testimony that your circumstances in life do not define you. She gives testimony to the truth that you can be anything in life that you wish to be if you believe in yourself and if you're willing to work hard and keep your eyes on God, the Almighty. As you progress onward through CMU, many things will change and many things will remain the same. I want every single one of you today to dream big and work to achieve your dream. Remember, your dream won't come easy. Frankly, Nothing in life comes easy. I want you to be strong and courageous and to know that you can do anything you put your mind to. I want you to persevere until success happens. As you work to achieve your dream, remember that you are well equipped to reach maximum levels of success. Position yourself to achieve maximum success by vowing never to hang out with chickens. Do not listen to people who tell you who you are. You already know who you are. You are a promise. You are a possibility. You are a great big bundle of what? Thank you. As you work to achieve your dreams, be careful what you feed your eyes and ears with. Stay clear of outdated and old information. Always do your research and stay away from negative people. Negative people always have a problem for every single solution. Years ago, when I introduced e-learning to Jamaica, some persons told me that this would never work. They said only 10% of Jamaicans had the internet. At that time, less than 5% of people had a smartphone. Since launching in 2005, my company has helped over 400,000 students to prepare for their exams. Thank you. We have won 4 National Innovation Awards, and we're used by entire governments in the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to believe in yourselves. I want you to dare to dream big, and always remember to persevere until success happens. You may have already heard that the sky is the limit. So reach for the stars. Push yourself to be the best, even on your worst days. And one thing I want you to do, I want you to enjoy the memories and the experiences you will get at CMU. And remember that these are going to be some of the best days of your lives. I believe in you, and I'm tremendously proud of the work that you have done to reach this point. So on behalf of the faculty and staff of CMU, congratulations on starting this journey. Set your goals, lay down your plans, and embark on this transformative journey. I am excited to see you achieve. The faculty is excited to see you achieve. You are excited to see yourself achieve. Finally, we want you to navigate these next 4 years through excellence as your dreams indeed lie ahead. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Don't go as yet. I was going to invite Dr. Ashman to come back to the stage. Dr. Ashman, she's busy right now, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll wait on her. She has given us so much motivation that I feel like I would enroll back again. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to have our student give a vote of thanks to you for that wonderful presentation.
Dr. Charlotte Ashman, on behalf of the Caribbean Maritime University, we would like to express our deepest gratitude for you taking the time out to come and share with us today your thoughts, your story, and your guidance as we enter the new school year. I hope each and every one of us can take a leaf out of her book and persevere throughout whatever adversities we are faced with going into the school year. We would like to show our appreciation by gifting you this gift basket. Thank you. We thank you so much and hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So now we are going to go into another round of presentations. So at this time, I am going to invite Miss Aldith Williams, and she is a senior billing and receivables officer, and she is going to talk to you about what I'm sure a lot of people have on their minds, which is money, right? I see somebody roll them eyes a while ago, but that's okay. I'm sure what she has to say, will be of great, great value to you. Miss Williams.
Good morning. Welcome to the Caribbean Maritime University 2023 orientation exercise. I welcome not just the students, but the parents, the guardian, and spouse as well, because we know you all play an integral part in the lives of the students here. Now, we in the Treasury Department of the Caribbean Maritime University, we are here to ensure that your financial journey, to just guide you really through your financial journey, and for that experience to be the best experience you have here with us, all right? So we are here to just guide you through your roles, your responsibility, and what we offer from the Treasury Department. Now, you're here, for most of you, you have already pre-registered for the program, and you are looking forward to begin your academic year come next week, both part-time and full-time students. Now, the man Oscar Wilde said, "A man who pays his bill on time is soon forgotten," meaning that if it is that you manage your finances with us, you want the Treasury Department and CMU in Extension should not be in any contention, right? We don't want you to be focusing on the monies when you have to be focusing on your projects, your assignments, your examination. So the quicker you satisfy that responsibility is the best for you. Now, registration at CMU means that you will be able to access all the resources that CMU has to offer. Let me get this together. Right. So that means you'll be able to access all the resources that the CMU has to offer as it relates to your program. Now, financial clearance, which all students of CMU must have in order to attend classes and so forth. So when you're financially cleared as a student, the resources are open to you. The library resource, and CMU is one of the, if not only, the university that doesn't ask you to go buy books. There's no book list issued at the Caribbean Maritime University. We are unique and we provide all the materials that you need, so you can access that information with our library. It also allows you to write your exams, both mid-semester and your final exams. For those persons who are face-to-face, it allows that, and especially for those persons like our part-time students who the classes are offered online. You'll be able to log on to access your classes. You don't have to wait on anybody to give you that information. We all know that people don't take notes the same way, so you want to get your information first hand, right? Now, your identification card, the health card, and in this time when you know that money is tight, yes? So during your academic year, if you have any issues, you have to go to the dentist, somebody realized that I am not seeing the whiteboard properly, so you need to go to the optician. The health card is there. Can be used anywhere from Portmoran Point to Negril Point to satisfy or to aid with your medical expense. You're also able to submit your coursework, your assignment, because you'll be able to upload that information onto the platform, the Moodle platform, all right? Now, there are several different kinds of financial clearance, and one such is the conditional clearance and the full clearance. Now, conditional clearance will ensure that it is when all documents is released to the student. When you apply for a status letter, as one of our past students outside who has his own business, where the Earn and Learn program, the overseas program, and quite a bit of students buy onto this program to assist themselves with planning their financial journey for the rest of the years, the other 4 years, 3 years that you have here, right? So from time to time, they will request letters and transcript to go to the embassy. Now, if you're registered, if have gotten full clearance, that you will be able to access those documents. But if it is conditional clearance that you have, we will not be able to give you this information that is very critical to the embassies that you'll have to go to, all right? Now, we have several different situations that will allow a student not to be cleared or for us to go in and put a student on financial hold. No, we don't want to do any of that to anybody here, right? We want to have a smooth running situation where your finance is concerned. We don't want to have to stop you and have that anxiety come over you when it comes on to your finances. So the minute you get a plan, a payment plan, we are asking that you, as best as possible, that you abide by that payment plan so that you don't have to be placed on hold. Now, this payment plan allows you to just monitor and manage yourself better as the funds come into you, so you don't, and I find CMU is very lenient amongst the universities. We are very lenient as it relates to your payment plan, yes? So we are saying to you, you don't need to pay us everything up front. We will take a measly 30% to begin the academic year with all your auxiliary fees, yes, to start your class, to be able to start your journey. And subsequent to that, by the end of October, another 31%. And let me tell you something that I've found over the years. You pay the 30% on the auxiliary fee at the beginning, but let me tell you, if it is that you find yourself with a $10,000, you deposit that. What it shows is that if it is that you come upon a situation where you are not able to meet that, the final 20% that makes up the 50% for first semester, we will see that you are making effort to make that payment, your payment history, yes? Don't wait until you have the lump sum of the 20% to come in October. Whatever monies you have, you make that payment. Now, the January semester, we give you that spread as well, where you can make 30% by the 5th of January to register for second semester, and by the other 20% by the 29th of February to complete the payment for the academic year. Now, we know that our financial status in Jamaica is diverse, yes? So there are persons who will have to use the Student Loan Bureau, and we don't have a problem with that at all. You have a responsibility as applicant to the Student Loan Bureau. It is your responsibility, please, to ensure that you supply the Bureau with the necessary document and information that they require to speed up your process so that you can come to the status that CMU requires to give you that financial clearance. Currently, we are saying C status. And what a C status means with the Student Loan Bureau is that you, the applicant, would have supplied all the documents, all the paperwork that they request or require from you, and all that they are waiting on for them to disperse the fund or to move you up the ladder to advanced placement or the what you call disbursement, advanced status or disbursement status is a confirmation from the university that you are indeed registered. So we are requiring your auxiliary fees and a C status. Remember, it is not us who go through the rigors with the Student Loan Bureau. Please keep abreast of your application and your status. Currently, I should add that the Student Loan Bureau is also taking late application. So for those persons who have not yet applied or you're thinking of applying, you can still go to the Student Loan Bureau. I'm not quite certain of the amount that they charge for late application, but you can do that. And for persons who, parents and spouse, you have a loan that the Student Loan Bureau gives out that is called PAYS loan, pay as you study. Now that loan will require that the first payment is paid over to the Student Loan Bureau from somebody's salary before they disburse the funds. And also I should say to you that the Student Loan Bureau only disburse funds on a semester basis. So we don't get all of the money one time. So if a student doesn't register for second semester, and we cannot say to the student loan, give us that money. We have to confirm or deny that you're registered for each semester for them to pay over that money to us. All right? Now, for those persons with scholarships and grants, and I know that the registry department, someone from the registry department spoke to the scholarships and the grant. I have been at CMU and I've seen persons complete their 4 years of study here, and there's credit in their account because they have availed themselves to the different grants and scholarship. I know that the students from time to time, you spend a lot of time on your cell phone, you spend a lot of time on social media. Please research the grants and scholarships that are available to you and take advantage of those. Some of you don't have to spend a penny out of your pocket or your parents' pocket to do your 4 years degree here if you avail yourself to the different grants and scholarships. Some of it is just right in your neighborhood, the churches that you attend. Yes? The politicians, all students here are adults. And it's a good thing to get numerated so you can vote. So that too will ensure that you get funding from those persons who you have elected to represent you. That is part of their responsibilities. I know that the Gleaner publishes something similar to what you call a magazine every year, about February thereabout, for scholarships that are attainable at every universities, every college, every institution, academic institution in Jamaica and outside of Jamaica. Some of those scholarships go back and never used. I'm imploring the students here to please avail yourself to all scholarships that are out there and make the financial journey easier on yourselves. Now, for scholarships and grants, we require that you get a letter from the awarding body or institution. It must state the date that the payment is going to be made and the amount. A letter without that doesn't make any sense to us in the Treasury Department. We will accept it And for those persons who the scholarship doesn't cover the full tuition, then you need now to come to the Treasury's Department to make a plan to fall in line with the original payment plan, which is the 30/20 for semester 1 and the 30/20 for semester 2, so that you don't fall out and we don't have to put a hold on you, okay? The boarding. We have a lovely boarding at the Port Royal campus, the Admiralty House. We do have a payment plan for the boarding facility as well. So you are allowed to pay 50%, which is 1 semester for the first semester and 50% second semester. And you have what is called the caution fee and the internet fee, because we provide those services over there. Now the caution fee is something that it's almost similar to security deposit. But for us, it's just a very small sum. We are saying that maintain your area. We don't want you to damage anything or anywhere. If it is that after you have left the boarding facility and the inspection is done and there is nothing damaged, then you're supposed to get back that caution fee. But of course, if it goes otherwise, we will keep it. So it operates similar to the security deposit. Now, all of us, as you say, we are on the social media, and we hear about what is happening with some brave Jamaicans who, from time to time, attack security companies who are transporting monies to different organizations. We at CMU is located almost off the grid around here. We provide several different platforms in which you can make your payments to us. We do not wish for you to take your cash to the Caribbean Maritime University, especially in large sum. I've seen where persons have gone to the point of sale machine, the ATM at the gate, draw the cash, and walk back to the Treasury Department to make that payment. We are asking you not to do that. We are asking you not to take the money from a bank downtown and take the bus or the taxi with it. We do not want to have a situation. We wouldn't want that to be in the news where any one of CMU student gets mugged or anything like that. So we have the different payment platforms, the Paymaster, the Bill Express, your NCB Online, and the credit and debit card here to make the process easier for you. We say to you as well, please, do not, they're giving me a wrap up, do not make any payment at any bank kiosk. That will not be added to your account. We will not credit it to your account, so it will appear as if you do not pay. Now, with any other payment or financial arrangement you have with any institution, when you pay your mortgage, you keep the receipt, right? Nobody throws away their receipts like that. We are asking you for your time at CMU, please do not throw away any receipt, whether it be online, at the Treasury Department, at Paymaster, wherever it is. Please, because that is your only proof. And if something happens, remember that we are human, keen the information. We'll have to call upon you to verify the payments that you made. Please to keep everything safe in one place, that if needs be, you can present same. All right? Now, there is, for us, you have different persons who are responsible for the different areas. You have somebody responsible for scholarship and grant, and somebody responsible for the refunds and the Bill Express, the international scholarships and local scholarships and grant, the customized course city repeats, and the overall customer service at Caribbean Maritime University. Those emails are on the website and is available to you. You can always send us an email in regards to this specific area. I thank you for the time, and I hope that you and the Treasury Department have a good relationship for your tenure here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. All right. Lots of information coming to you, lots of talking points. So we're going to pause for a second so that we can breathe. And while we're breathing, we are going to be thoroughly entertained by a member of the Creative Arts group. So coming to us at this time is Miss Sharisha Haslam. Awesome, I got it, thank you. So put your hands together and make her welcome.
Good morning, everyone. So along with myself, we have Kira Lee, another member of the Creative Arts, that will be performing with me. You're broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round, and you can find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out and move mountains. We gonna walk it out and move mountains. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up, high like the wave. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you, for you. When the silence isn't quiet and you'd feel like it's getting hard to breathe, and you know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet and move mountains. Bring the world to its feet and move mountains. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I will rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you, for you. All we need is hope, and for that we have each other, and for that we have each other, yeah. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise up. We rise, and I'll rise up. I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up in spite of the aches. I will rise 1,000 times again. We rise up high like the wave. And we rise up. We will rise unafraid. We rise up. And we'll do it 1,000 times again. For you. For you. Thank you.
Well, I think we can put our hands together another time. That was fantastic. Thank you, ladies, so much for that presentation. So we're going to jump right back into all of the things that we have to talk about today, one of which is our university library, which is very critical to your studies here at CMU. So at this time, I'm going to invite Ms. Navlet Bishop, and she's our university librarian. Put your hands together.
Good morning. Buenos dias. Avisazi. How you do? Everybody okay? Welcome, welcome, welcome. On behalf of the staff in the library, we welcome you to a noble institution, the Caribbean Maritime University. Clap on yourself. Clap on yourself. Of course, everyone knows what a library consists of. You all used to a library from primary school, high school. I suppose high school, did you use your high school library? My, Google babies. But of course, at university, libraries are an important entity on campuses. So the mission of the university library is to ensure that our library users' informational needs are met. And who are the users? You and, of course, the staff. So, of course, I hope that you will be using our libraries because we have some specialized books and other resources that you will need to use, that some of these can be found on Google. And when you go on Google, you have to know how to evaluate your information on Google. That will be told to you in another session when I visit the classes. So what do we have in CMU Library? Collection. Collection consists of course, books, printed books. We are not yet out of printed books. And we have a cadre of ebooks as well. We have databases, which I'll be coming to, research papers. We have journals, magazines, CD-ROMs, DVDs, and past examination papers. We also have research papers that fourth-year students, final-year students have written, and they are in the library. So when you reach your fourth year, your papers will be in the library's collection that others will be using as well. The e-resources that we have, the databases. These databases consist of scholastic articles written by persons who did their research. So information in these databases, information is authentic. You don't have to evaluate this information. And these are the first sources you should go to when you get your assignment. Can I hear an amen? Hallelujah. We have three different databases that are multidisciplinary in nature. And the first one is EBSCOhost, the second is Emerald, the third is Progress, and we have a Caribbean database that was given to us free by the Ministry of Education, and that is the Caribbean Knowledge and Learning Network. We also have
2 specialized databases, but these are related to the students in the Faculty of Shipping and Logistics. And these databases are Regs for Ship and the Lloyd's database. We also have, as I said before, a robust ebook collection. And this collection is shared by all the university libraries except UWI and college libraries in Jamaica. We, the librarians, came together and we formed what is known as a consortium. So we share the resources. But guess what happened? CMU, we were the first person to purchase books from Progress. So when the consortium was formed, our books were placed in the consortium, but the other libraries cannot use our ebooks. And so far, we have purchased 168 titles, and we'll be purchasing another 35 by December. So what that means? We want you to do what? Come again, we want you to? Amen. And don't go and Google all the time. We also have links to some free ebook sites that we'll be giving all this information as we go along. And we also have links to some credible, you hear the adjective, credible research websites that you can use, not only Google. You see, I'm not just in Google, because you all go on Google and cut and paste everything on Google. We want you to read and evaluate your information, and then you write a very good paper. Amen? Using databases. Isn't that an amen? Amen? Hallelujah. We also have a database that is titled Legal Information on Jamaica, and this database gives you everything about Jamaica's legal system. If you want to find a lawyer and their address, even jokes, court cases, and of course the laws are on it. These are on this database. And we are in the era of technology, and of course, social media is important, good and bad, not true? Good and bad for social media. So we have social media platforms that you will be invited to. You've been invited to join. The WhatsApp group is really, really going very well. You've been invited on that. And we also have the Instagram page and the Facebook page. It's for the library, not for the university. And you can request your information on these platforms. And I can tell you, these platforms are being used heavily by students to request information. Guess what, students? You have gotten your information, you have your research paper to write, and you have written your research paper using the resources I just outlined. And guess what happened now? We don't want you to plagiarize, so we have a plagiarism software, and that is Turnitin. We were having a little issue with it, but it has now been resolved. So your work will be passed through this software, and we, the lecturers, and you yourself will see how heavily plagiarized or lightly plagiarized your work will be. That's sinking to your gizzard? It's sinking? So you can go up on Google and cut and paste. Amen? Amen? All right. And even for ChatGPT, this software carries a section where your work can also be evaluated to see how, if you really plagiarize or not. Then we also have indexes. We have abstract to the research papers that students have written, and we have, as I said before, a list of CD-ROMs and DVDs. Okay, now you have heard about our resources. How do you get access to these resources? I think most of you, if you have registered, you would have completed a membership form at the library desk. And once that form is completed, and we input that information in our libraries, the library integrated system, you are now ready to borrow books. And of course, you can borrow books for 3 weeks. You can borrow books for overnight. But you know, if you bring back the book them late, you know, you're going to charge a little fee. Amen to that? Because the library is like when you borrow a book, somebody else returns, so we work on a revolving system. We also offered services, and these include photocopying and printing, and also where we refer you to use the resources in other libraries, such as UTech, UII, NCU, UCC. But you have to come to us for a letter, with your name will be in that letter, the information you will be requesting, and that letter will be your ID to use these libraries resources. Amen to that? So you see why you cannot fail your courses? Talk to me, no man, amen? Because you see, we're giving you resources to use beside Google. Okay. We also have another important service, and not everyone has a laptop, right? And we know laptop cost is very high. So you are now able to borrow laptops in the library for a month, and if there's not a list of persons waiting, you can re-borrow. Did you hear that? But you have to complete your form on the SRS. This information will be given to you as well. So those who have a laptop, please utilize this service. That is a laptop loan. And we also have computers in the libraries as well that you can access. And before I close out, now I told you about our e-resources. I told you about the plagiarism software, but guess what happened? There's also a manual, an academic manual that you have to follow the guidelines in writing your paper. And the manual that is used by CMU is the APA 7th edition standard or manual. And this guideline, this standard, it guides you in everything, how to do your title page, how to format your paper, when you use people's resources, because I know not everything is in your white and gray matter, how to cite your sources used, how to write your references, and you have to follow the outline. And of course, you'll be getting information on this, and you'll be taught about this as well. Everybody hear that? Those who did CAPE, you did what you call it again, or CXC, also did what you call that thing that you have to hand in before. SBA, right, and you all something similar where you have to use some standard. You all maybe about MLA, did you? You write that, you had to do some bibliography, right, for SBA? Exactly, right, so you sure that you have used people's resources. So our opening hours for the library is for now, we'll probably be going back to Sunday, but for now, Monday to Saturday at 8:45 to 9 p.m. and on Saturday from 8 to 4. If the Sunday comes on stream, you will be informed about this. And the Port Royal campus, the hours is the same Monday to Friday, 7:45. They might go off a little earlier, you know, depending on the number of classes that will be held on particular evening to 8 a.m. And Western Campus, remember you'll be using the Sam Sharp Teachers College Library, so you will be following you're abiding by their library hours. So again, on behalf of the library staff, we welcome you to CMU, and we want to know that at the end of the academic year, each semester, that there are no C's, worse D's, just A's and a few B's. Amen? Because you'll be using the library resources, and you will be reminded to use these resources so you can have, your assignment, your research papers will be a quality ones. I wish you a very successful year, and may the Lord continue to grant you his peace. And remember the word in the Bible that you can do, say it with me, I can do. Amen. Have a wonderful day. Shalom. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop, for that information. So earlier in our program, we talked to Davy, and she spoke about her experience here at the Caribbean Maritime Institute, Caribbean Maritime University. Wow, that was a throwback. But we also have men in our audience, and so I think it's important that a male share his perspective of what it's like to be here at CMU. So at this time, I'm going to invite Mr. Raphael Porter, and he's going to come and share with you, from a male perspective, his experience at CMU. Put your hands together for him.
Good morning, everyone. Everybody here in correct, right? All right. So, my name is Raphael Porter. I am currently a fourth-year student at the Caribbean Maritime University at the Western Campus, Montego Bay, where I am currently studying logistics and supply chain management. All right. So today I stand before you to share my university experience, a journey that has shaped me into the individual I am today. As I reflect upon the years I have been attending the prestige Caribbean Maritime University, I am overwhelmed with a sense of gratitude and growth and accomplishment. Entering university was a significant milestone in my life. It was a gateway to knowledge and opportunity to explore my passion. The academic environment provided me with a wealth of opportunities to expand my horizons. Lecturers challenged me to think critically and to push the boundaries of my own knowledge. All right, guys. Now, I am going to speak to you in Jamaican speak, right? In the patois form, right? So, my experience at the Caribbean Maritime University, then drilled my brain. Me not tell no lie. Then drilled my brain. And, you know, I was in the classroom and I said, Father God, why university so hard? Because, you know, you come from high school. So you say, you know what, you match up this, you match up that, you know? You boom, 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 and you take on that. Then so I was there, and, you know, lecturer come and lecturer say, Raphael, what is logistics and supply chain management? I look at my friend, I say, oh yeah, tell me, what is this? So she looked at me and she said, Raphael, I don't know, you know? I said, okay. I said, no problem. So when we began school, right, we were online when we first started, in 2020. So those were my 2 years, my first 2 years, and it wasn't the best experience, to be honest, academically, right? I wasn't an online learner. I am a face-to-face learner. And so all who can do maths and you can learn maths online, you have to do it face-to-face, you know, so you learn. So my academics wasn't where I wanted to be, right? So I was kind of struggling, to be honest, right? Because, you know, you just come over to a university life, you don't know anybody, you're shy, you don't want to speak, lecturers are speaking to you, you don't want to answer, right? So there we was, you know, and, you know, I was in the classroom, the lecturer asked a question, no one is opening up their mics, no one is saying anything. So the lecturer said, kindly note, each one of you are studying for your bachelor's degree. Nothing comes easy, right? But boy, may I tell you, I'm a dangerous lecturer still, you know? I'm a very dangerous lecturer. But she put out her all to ensure that everybody understand, right? So this morning, you know, sleeping away, 3:30 in the morning, an 890-page book was sent. And I wake up and I say, Father God, I force me to see so much page we must read for class in the morning. So, you know, class are like 8 o'clock in the morning, right? And now, yeah, a lecturer first you have. So come, Raphael, what is logistics and supply chain management? There I was scrambling through because I didn't read it, you know. Nobody read it. So when I look, everybody jump off I meet, only left 8 of us, right? So lecturer was there, asking questions away. Nobody knows anything, right? So I'm going to continue, and as I continue this life experience, you can see where I transform from an online platform to the face-to-face to where, since the break of the pandemic coming into 2020 to 2023, where we physically start face-to-face classes, I started to make an improvement on myself and to make the teachers saw that, there's hard work and dedication in Raphael, right? So beyond the classroom, the university presented a multitude of extracurriculum activities that allowed me to pursue my interests and discover new ones. Whether it was joining clubs and societies, participating in sports, I have found avenues to develop leadership skills, cultivate teamwork, and make a positive impact on society. Now, the friendships that I have made throughout my university experience, it is a treacherous one, right? So all of you guys here that is going to start your Caribbean Maritime University experience, let me tell you this. Make friends, right? Because the way how I learn is that I have friends that they're not strong, but they're not too weak, right? So if I don't know something, I go and I say, you know this? You know that? Right? We help each other, right? So, we share our successes and we share our failures, right? I am the type of student that will, get up and I will push my classmate. If you don't know how to do it, I will help you and you can help yourself to make you better, right? So I am going to get up. I am going to tell you to pick yourself up, right? I am going to tell you to do it. So even if it is group work, group project, whatever it is, as a student of the Caribbean Maritime University, when you graduate from this prestige university, you will see that a lot of companies are coming for you, right? Because you guys will be taught the knowledge, right? The training, the skills, right? So you guys will become brilliant minds out there, right? So I will take you up, right? And say, yo, you can do it, right? So you must form friendship with friends. If you don't understand the schoolwork, or if you want help, you come and you say, Jawan, you can help me with this. Jessica, you can help me with this, right? And if me beat you up on a schoolwork, you supposed to can come to me and tell me, say, Raphael, I'm going to beat you up on the next one. Then, if you beat me, I'm going to come to you and tell you congratulations, right? Because that is how I push my classmate and that is how I push myself, right? So if me get 170 and you get 180, me go congratulate you, but just no say, Raphael go beat up on the next one, right? That is how you push yourself from a weak perspective to a high. Because how else you going to become the best if you don't go up against the best, right? That is what I always tell them, because now they are telling me, now my classmates are telling me that, Raphael, why is it that you're always going into group with stronger persons and not the weak ones? I took out my laptop, right, and I went on the platform. And I showed them, I said, look on this. These were my first 2 years with you guys in my group. Look at my grades, right? I come in my third year, right? And I choose to make a change within myself, right? And, say, I want to achieve the 80s and the 90s and the 100s, right? And I put myself in a group with persons that are, strong. And I complained, so I said, why don't you take up yourself from where you are and, transform and make yourself stronger, right? So, however, it is essential to acknowledge that my university experience was not without its share of obstacles. There were moments of self-doubt, sleepless nights, and setback. But it is through these challenges that I learned resilience, perseverance, and the ability to embrace failure as a stepping stone to success. The unwavering support of my lecturers, mentors, and friendship played a crucial part in helping me to overcome my hurdles and emerge stronger. So guys, welcome to the Caribbean Maritime University. Please put it in your head that, don't just come to school and go home. try harder and harder. Not because you fail a course doesn't mean you should give up. I saw many of my classmates did that. My class started with 44 students and now it's down to 20. Right? So guys, push yourself. If you're going to write a paper, right, and you want to see, just put on pointers. You pick up tomorrow and continue. Right? So guys, welcome to the Caribbean Maritime University. And it is a pleasure meeting you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And in the words of Mr. Porter, push yourself. You can do it. Zine? Zine. All right, so now we are going to invite the team from the Occupational Health and Safety Department, and they're going to be speaking to you about some of the things that you need to know concerning health and safety around the campus. So at this time, we're going to invite Mr. Alan Saputon. He's the manager of the Occupational Health and Safety Department, and along with him will be Nurse Porter White. Mr. Saputon.
Morning, students. Morning, everyone. I would like to join my colleagues in welcoming you to the Caribbean Maritime University. I hope that you still have some energy to be feeling well and happy at this time. I would also want to wish for you success in your courses. I hope we'll have some real honors degree when you exit in 2027. However, for you to achieve that, you have to remain safe and healthy. Once you are safe and healthy, everything else can be added. So that is why myself, Nurse Porter White, and myself want to just indulge you for a brief moment on occupational health and safety. And by occupational health and safety, we are actually talking about the prevention of injuries and illnesses, as well as your protection and promotion of health and safety while you are undertaking your courses here. So we want you to make that your number one priority. And the university has some initiatives in place to ensure that you remain safe and healthy. But as we say in Jamaican parlance, one hand can't clap. So we want you to be willing partners, so please indulge us a bit. So the first thing I want to talk to you about is emergency response. You would have seen the fire in Maui and in Greece in recent times, and the amount of persons who perish in those fires. So in case of an emergency, which could happen here, we want for you to be able to respond correctly. So you'd have to evacuate your building and go to what we call the emergency assembly point. That's on the parade square out there. When you come through the gate, is that first wide area to your right. So you'd go there. The only thing I want to point out, if it's an earthquake and you're feeling a shake, you duck cover and hold, find a secure place in the building before you exit. Otherwise, you exit as quick as possible to the parade square. You line up in your ear groups, and we undertake what we call a roll call. This is done to make sure that no one is missing, because if someone is missing, then we have to do a search and rescue. So you wait there until you are given further instruction. There are a number of some red items you will see on the walls, on the blocks, all around, that are fire extinguishers that can be used to put out a fire that is just starting. We call it an incipient fire. If you know how to use it, by all means, there are some instruction there, we call it pass, where you pull the pin, you aim, you squeeze, and you can put out the fire very quickly. However, these are not equipment that you should tamper with, because we need them in the case of an emergency. So by all means, if you can, but if not, remember that you should not be tampering with them. Another thing I want to speak to you about is slip, trips, and fall. That seems to be universal. It happens everywhere, and here we have our fair share. But I'm advising you, when you are ascending or descending the stairways, hold on to the rails, because the chances are, if you trip or you slip, the hand will grab automatically, and it will prevent you from having a bad fall. So please do that. Also, look where you're going. The cell phone now seems to be the be-all and end-all, and persons are on their phone, even walking out in the streets. So please look where you're going, because if you're not looking, it is likely that you could trip and fall. Also, when you're upstairs and there are protective barriers, there are rails to prevent you from slipping over the edge. We do not want you to sit on these rails, because if you go up and you sit on top of the rails, you have defeated the whole protection. In fact, you have compromised your safety, and you have also compromised whatever loss prevention mechanism that the university has in place for accidents. So please be mindful of that. There's a jetty area down by the sea, which is out of bounds to students. If you are to go there as part of your course, you will be guided and instructed. So other than that, remember, it's out of bounds. And the last thing I want to tell you about, because there are many things we'll talk about during the year, is driving onto campus. If you drive, please take it slow once you get onto our private roads here, and even slower once you come onto the campus. And then you are to park facing outwards. It's important because in an emergency, it helps you to escape quicker. And I also want to say a word about the main highway out there, which is the province really of the police and the Island Traffic Authority. But because I've seen so much reckless driving out there, as late as Friday, somebody runs somebody off, we want to talk to you a little bit about it. That little 5-kilometer stretch from our view up to the turn there, if you drive at the normal 80 kilometers, you take about 3.75 minutes to get up there. If you crank up to 96 kilometers per hour, you shave off a half a minute, but you double your chance of dying in an accident. And if you go further up to 112, you save a minute, but you 4 times your chance of dying in an accident as if you were going at 80 kilometers. I need for you to know this and remember, be very, very careful. Also, that sitting at the heights that I'm telling you about, whenever you are tempted to do it, just ask yourself, what if? What if somebody stumbles and you're thrown over the rail? What if there's an earthquake? What if you feel faint? So these are, they might sound like simple ideas, but they are very critical, and I want you to observe them. So just take your time, arrive alive, be safe, and hopefully you'll be very, very successful in 2027. Now I want to introduce our senior staff nurse, Kiana Porter-White, to talk to you a little bit more about wellness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Sapatan. Good morning. Good morning to all the lovely people in the room. Good morning to all the blessed, favored, and highly chosen people in the room. Morning, right. Okay, so it's a lot of information. I know that you're overwhelmed, but we're going to be real quick now. All right, so my name is Kiwana Porter-White, your nurse. All right. I am the senior nurse for the Health and Wellness Unit. So you'll be seeing my face every day. All right. If it is that you are not feeling well, I know you are bombarded now with a lot of information, and you're saying, wow, what is me get myself in? Right? But guess what? You are not alone. You are on for an exciting and an interesting journey. And you're not alone. We are here to support you. Yes? We're here to support you. So we offer basic services, basic first aid, medical first aid. We do patient assessments, treatments, with certainly health education and health promotional activities. And you will see this throughout the course of the year. Yes? Certainly, we encourage students, if you're not feeling well, don't come to school. What should you do? If you're bored, say for example, you live in Harborview, you certainly call your parents or guardians, inform them that you're not well. But we do have medical facilities there. We have the Harborview Medical Center, that's one Dr. Louis Tucker. You call, I can give you the numbers, you can call, and certainly book an appointment and be seen, but do not come to school feeling unwell. Get treated, inform us, and we will take it from there, all right? Inform too your program coordinator or your lecturer. Don't just absent yourself. You must inform them, produce a 6 certificate, and then this information will become more important to you later on when you're doing exams. You can't just absent yourself. You must produce a 6 certificate, all right? Certainly as a proof that you are not feeling well. All right, so we're still in, COVID is still happening. True? Although we're so loving today, COVID is still happening. So we still encourage you, do your hand washing, do your sanitizing just the same, right? I encourage my students, especially, get involved in a sporting activity. Why? It's important, right? It keeps you fit, it keeps you healthy, it keeps you well. It boosts your immune system and prevents you from contracting illnesses that are out there. All right, so get involved. The sporting unit spoke to you earlier about the different activities, netball, football. Get involved, right? Keep fit and keep well. All right, we just encourage you to, young people, avoid the sweet drinks. Drink more water, right? Avoid the fried foods. Eat more fruits and vegetables. Right, so you'll be hearing more from us, certainly, throughout the semester. Right, and one last thing I want to mention to you too, ensure you get your health cards as soon as possible, because that is what will assist you if it is that you're not feeling well. Certainly provide for us your next of kin, and you would have had that on the medical form that you completed. Very important that in case of an emergency, we can know who to contact. All right, and last but not by no means least, our opening hours. We are open every day, Mondays to Fridays, including weekends. All right, during the week, it's from 8:15 to 8:15 a.m. to 8:15 p.m. And on weekends from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. All right, so all the best. God bless you. And it is well. All right, so let's put a smile on your face. It is well. You're at a good place at a good time. All right? Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, nurse. All right, we are getting ready to wrap up, but we have a presentation from Mr. Romeo Somerville, and he is going to come with a safety and security highlight. Mr. Somerville is the Security Assurance Coordinator. Please make him welcome.
Morning, everyone. Morning. Welcome to the Caribbean Maritime University. I am Romeo Somerville. I am the Security Assurance Coordinator here. Now, let me see I raise the hands of the persons who feel like they are in a safe environment. Nobody feels as if they're safe? Nobody feels as if they're safe this morning? So everybody feels safe and everybody feels comfortable. You feel as if you can learn in a safe environment, right? So it's a small unit called the security unit inside the university. We ensure that all activities on the campus, all staff, students, and visitors doing business with CMU do so in a safe and secure environment. Now, security. This is described as the state of being free from any risk or any threats. So as I asked earlier on, if anybody is feeling safe. So having a strong password on your phone or at home where you lock your doors and you feel safe, you feel comfortable inside your home. That is what we want to maintain here as the security team. So while you're inside your classrooms learning or doing an exam or whatever activity, we want to ensure that you do so in a safe and secure environment. We focus mainly on physical security here, where we talk about the fencing, the physical controls coming in on the campus. I'm sure that each person that came here this morning, they had to stop at the gate to be interviewed by the security. You gave your name, and the security processed you and tell you where to go. That is our first point of contact to the university. We also deal in cybersecurity, information security as well, and we speak about port security. So security is a critical component of the university's operation, and the security unit is mandated to ensure that staff, students, clients, and users of the university do so in a safe and secure environment. So this is our primary responsibility. All right, so we monitor, how do we keep you safe? So as I mentioned earlier, we manage the physical access of persons coming on the campus. So if you're having a visitor, anybody coming on the campus, they have to be interviewed by the security. So nobody comes through that gate without being properly interviewed by the security. I expect all our students to respect the security officers, right? And the security officers also will respect you. We monitor and maintain all the electronic security systems. So if you should walk around the campus, you will see that we have cameras right around the campus. And these cameras are used for your safety. A camera is basically everywhere on the campus right now, and we're looking to expand on that as well. We also have cameras at the Admiralty House and on the main campus and at the Port Royal campus. So you are safe right around. The only place that we don't have any cameras or plan to put cameras is inside the bathroom. We don't want that any at all, right? So we give advice on security-related issues. We send cybersecurity tips to our students and staff. We send that to the marketing team, and they would send the information around to sensitize all of you about security-related incidents. Now, I don't want to be long, so I'll be sharing some security tips with you. The first side we're going to go into is the cyber aspect of security. And we talk about cybersecurity these days because it's something that is growing, and it's a high risk these days. So what we look at, the first step we want you to look at is managing your passwords well. When we talk about managing your passwords, we talk about having strong passwords. I know probably a few persons right now have their mother's name, the name of their child, their date of birth, or something of that sort as their password. I see a lot of persons looking at me and smiling. I guess that's the case. But in this case, we need to use phrases or sentences as your password. Use something that is hard to guess by somebody. I remember having a password one time to say, I love chicken, I love KFC. Nobody can guess that any at all. So you need passwords like those. Never share your passwords with anyone. Never share your passwords with anyone. Your passwords, they always stay with you. Don't even write your passwords in a book, any at all. You need to have your passwords known only by you. Probably you can trust your mother or your father with your passwords, but your password must always be known only by you. Don't use the same password for everything. You can't have a password for your bank. The password for your bank is the same password to enter your phone and everything, so you have to switch it around. Think before you click. Who know the term chopper emails? Don't know the term chopper emails? That's when the scammers would send an email to you, click, and it leads you to another page for you to get into something, and then they will steal your identity from there. That's what we consider as chopper emails, also called phishing. All right? Moving into the physical security tips now. So, I want you to take a look at Miss Phil letter here, walking. So, she's leaving school or coming to school, and she's just walking, not paying attention to her surrounding, not doing anything, just texting on her phone. No. Look at the type of phone that Miss Phil letter has. She has probably an iPhone. Is that an iPhone 13? I don't know. So probably she has an iPhone 13, and she is now a target to criminals because she is not paying attention to her surroundings any at all. So a person seeing her looking down on her phone, she becomes a target, and she can be easily attacked by somebody. She can be easily attacked by somebody. When you're walking, ensure that you walk with confidence. Ensure that you let persons know that you are not afraid. You look persons right in their eyes when you're walking, and you pay attention to your surroundings. If it is possible, ensure that you walk in groups. Always walk in pairs, and ensure that you're focused on your environment, especially in the Harbor View area and the downtown area. The downtown area, probably a lot of persons are from the downtown area, but I know we have persons from the country areas as well. But we have had incidents where our students got robbed downtown Kingston in the Harbor View area, and we don't want a repeat of that any at all. So we want persons to secure whatever assets they have. Another tip, we need to ensure that we don't walk with large sum of cash. So if you have a bank card, ensure that all your money stays on your card, and only the smallest amount that you might use, you take along with you, like a 2,000. 3,000, less than 5,000, but not having 10,000, 15,000 walking up and down with. And then when you're doing your regular shopping downtown or wherever, you take out whatever you need. You don't need to take out a large sum to show everybody that, look, I have money. You make yourself a target. Always know what is happening around you. You must always know what is happening. Read the news, hear what is happening downtown, hear what is happening with the traffic, hear what is happening with shootings, because this is an area where we normally have regular shootings. We have this is East Side, and probably you hear Skilly sing about East Side all the time. A lot about this. So we have to pay attention to this area specifically. Do not wear headphones while you're walking. You need to be able to hear what is happening. Hear of who is calling out to you. Hear whatever is happening around you. Trust your instinct. If something doesn't seem right or feel right, move immediately. Take yourself away. Finally, security begins with you. Everything that you do will need security. The bag that you bring, you have a zipper on the bag where you have to lock the bag. The phone that you carry, the laptop that you carry, you have to put a password on each one so other persons don't get in. You secure whatever valuable items you have. Persons with the iPhone 13s and the Note 21 Ultra, you know that walking you have to secure your items. The persons who are coming from the work and travel program, these criminals, they tend to know that you just arrived because they look flashy. You have a brand new piece of earbud, you have a brand new iPhone, so you become a target to these people. So you have to secure every item that you have. Think about one of those old ladies. Ever see an old lady? Go to the shop, she have a little bag in here. She take out the bag from inside her bosom. Inside that bag, it has a next bag. Inside that bag as well, it has a next little bag. And then after that bag now, you find the money wrapped up in another small bag, and then you get to the money. So think about that. Planning for school, put different measures in place to secure whatever assets you have. Again, I wish you all a safe journey, and I hope that any issues that you have, you can always come to the security unit. Myself, Mr. Reed, the security manager, is over there. Myself, Romeo Somerville. The office is right under the tree where they normally sit. So you can find the office right there on the front. Again, welcome to the Caribbean Maritime University, and wishing you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Somerville. Now, just to keep you up to speed, this morning we had presentations from Student Affairs, we had presentations from the Treasury Department, we had presentations from the Library Services Department. We also talked a little bit about occupational health and safety and security, and more. We also had our greetings. Our president spoke to us this morning, and we've been having just lots of information to digest, and we're ready to jump back into it. All right? So coming to us at this time is going to be our Dean of Discipline, Mr. Romain Caradice, and he's going to speak to us about students' rights and responsibilities and behavior expectations. Please make him welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I am here to give you just a short presentation on the discipline aspect of student affairs. I will touch on the objectives that are students' rights and responsibility and student behavioral expectation. Just to add, in this presentation, we have some random numbers. I want you to write it down in the same sequence, because at the end of the presentation, somebody will be rewarded. All right? Okay, what is discipline? We can read from the slide, but for me, it's 3 words. It has to deal with your behavior. It has to deal with your controlled environment and obeying the rules. So obeying, control, and your behavior. Those are the 3 words that we embark on. The disciplinary unit, we have 3 core functions, and these core functions ensures that students are properly nurtured in the institution. To ensure proper deportment of all students, ensure student adherence to the university code of conduct, and assist with the safety and security of the students. The security and safety of the students, this is very important. You have heard the safety person speak on that as it relates to the code of conduct. The VP spoke on that. The most important thing, students, you have to pay attention to the handbook. The handbook can answer all these questions for you. How to wear your uniform, how to traverse or transit the university on a daily basis. So when you actually take the handbook and pay some attention to these things, you will see how much information that is there. Okay, in chapter 3 of the handbook, this is where you can find your rights and responsibilities as a student. It also goes in further for your dress and deportment. So as a student, you must ensure that you pay attention to chapter 3, because this is the section that governs you how to go about what to wear as relates to your deportment, the responsibilities. So for all those information you can find in chapter 3 of the handbook. Some of these responsibilities and rights are freedom of expression. And this is one of the main things that give us students some problem. Freedom of expression. Yes, you are free to express yourself, but there is a right way and a wrong way of going about doing this. And you don't want to have your rights and give it away. Accountability. As a student at the university, you have to ensure that you place emphasis on this word. It is small, but at the end of the day, you have to pay attention to the accountability. It can't be your parents. It relies on you as a student. So you have to ensure that you go to class on time. You have to ensure that you submit your work on time. All these small things going to add up at the end of your course or your tenure at the CMU. And we have some more responsibilities and rights for the students. But in the handbook, there's a lot of them. So I can't present all of these pointers in a PowerPoint, so you have to read the handbook regarding your rights and your responsibility. For questions, you can pass by the office, the Student Affairs office. We are here to help you. Also, some of the responsibility as a student, as I mentioned, to attend classes regular on time, meet stipulated academics and non-academic deadlines, to respect the rights and welfare of the university and staff. So, students, just be courteous. Say good morning to your fellow students. Say good morning to your staff. We are in a world, but you don't know who you may encounter on a daily basis. I'm going to invite Davia and Miss Mr. Demonticu to come up on stage for us to do a bit of illustration. So as the Dean of Discipline, we place high emphasis on how student is dressed. So students, you have to ensure that you follow these codes of conduct that is in your handbook. There is nothing foreign there. Whatever is in the handbook is the same thing we go on a daily basis and preach to you as students. So we have Davia here. If you look at Davia, there are some fancy things. These are your epaulets, your insignia, your name tag, as well as your ID. The skirt is of a certain length. For females, we know we have a lot of challenges when it comes to that. It's supposed to be either the center of your knee, either 1 inch above or 1 inch below. For the male, all these accessories are the same. For your haircut, we permit, it can go lower than 1 inch, but with the permitted is 1 inch above your scalp. So for those persons who decide to come in the institution with hair from maybe, if it's not a rasta, then maybe it's a situation that you have a medical circumstances. And if you don't have a medical circumstances, then you know you are in breach of the internal regulation. We normally refer students to go to our medical facility that is in partnership with us, and for all those information as it relates to your specific situation, they can help guide you best. They will give you a written note or maybe a written letter or advise us why is it that your hair need to exceed maybe 1 inch, or why is it need to be shaved off or what. So once you come by the student affair, all those information we can provide you with. Okay, yeah, I'll be touching on that. The shoes. Yes, there are rules regarding the shoes. No sneakers are allowed. No sneakers. We have some example there for you so you can follow. For the females, as it relates to hair color, we only approve natural hair color, and there are about 5 natural hair color. That is brown, black, blonde, maroon red, and gray. So for those persons who want to do the neon green, the purple, the pink, it's a no-no. You're coming to a school. That is why CMU is special. It's different from all the other universities. And this concludes my presentation. If you need to ask any question, we have our emails, we have our extension that you can follow suit with. As it relates to the numbers that I told you to take down in order, those numbers, if you should dial *121 * before it, and number sign or the pound key at the end, it is a digital credit. And I want to see that person that received that credit. Anybody? Nobody? Just follow us with the audience who got it. Thank you again for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carides. Maybe we can run the presentation back quick one more time, but not right now. And then, because I know somebody going to get it, somebody going to get the credit. Promise. So we want to move straight into the other presentation. And this one is particularly important because your SRS system or the student system is what you will use during your 4 years here at CMU. So it's particularly important that you pay attention to this presentation. And coming to us at this time is Mr. Lamar Clark, and he's a senior user experience expert from the Office of Digital Transformation. All right, make him welcome.
Oh, that's a good picture of me. You agree, right? All right, students. So I'll tell you a funny story. Just about over a decade ago, I was sitting in a seat just like you as a new student, being welcomed to CMU and being introduced to some of the departments that would have played an integral role in my tenure here doing undergraduate studies at CMU. So because of that, I am particularly better yet, I'm immensely appreciate the opportunity that I have been given today to welcome you to my alma mater, the Caribbean Maritime University, and also to greet you from my department within the Office of Digital Transformation. Now, the focus of my discussion with you will be about the online learning technologies, and it will be geared towards your student user port, your student record system. Don't worry about it, just keeping us cool. Geared towards the student record system and some of the supporting technologies. All right, so the student record system does three main things that will be integral to you as a student. It stores, maintains, and allows you to access. Now, when you are creating your online application, that is when you first provided us with some data. You gave us the ability to store it. You remember creating an online application, right? All right, great. So you gave us the ability to store it. We maintained that data for you. And then when you came here just recently, you would have done what we call accessing that data. That's when you logged in. You remember when you were doing your registration, you logged in, you verified that the data there was correct. So we stored it, we maintained it, you accessed it, you saw that it was correct, and you completed your pre-registration. So that's a student biodata side of SRS. The registration, you'd have done that as well. SRS also stores your financial details, your grades, exam cards, which you would have heard a lot of talk about earlier, and I'll show you how you access it. And of course, you'll need this at the end of every semester, or sometimes probably even during the semester, you'll want to generate what is called a progress report. No click? All right, fine. All right. Is that delay? I could go without it now. All right, so I'm sure you all have seen this screen before, which is the SRS login page. So you saw this when you were logging to do your, what do you call it, registration? And I think you also saw it when you were doing the online application, correct? So it doesn't change. It's the same way you'll access it. You go to srs.cmu.edu.jm, or you could just type in the Google search bar and click on it. Access the login page. You type in your login credentials, and before you used to use your @Gmail, going forward, you will use your @STU domain. So for me, Lamar Clark, mine would have been lclark009@stu.cmu.edu.jm. So you would have used yours. Whatever it is, you are giving it at registration. Then you click login. And once you have done that, you should be taken to what's known as a student portal home, which looks like this. Now, if any one of you have the time now, even while I'm presenting, to just go ahead on your phones, you can use the open Wi-Fi internet and log in with the credentials that you were given at registration. This is the home page that you should be seeing. Now, when you log in, you'll see several options, and I'm going to take you to just a few of them. In your own timing, please explore. So the one I want to take you through first is My Info, because this houses some very important bio, registration, and financial details about you. So we're going to go ahead now and click on My Info. So My Info should take you to a page that looks like this. And this is information about yourself. For personal details, that will be your biographic information. But I am currently on the one highlighted orange now, which is your student holds. You can see that? Yes? So your student holds tell you if you have any hold on your student account. And there on the left, you'll see a list of student holds. There is financial hold, and of course, we can assume what that means. There's a little issue with the financial side. It doesn't mean you have not paid. It means you have not confirmed how you have paid with Treasury. So you just need to have a conversation with Treasury. So if you know you have paid all your money and you have a financial hold, don't send an email or call Lamar and say, Lamar, what's happening? I paid the money, why do I have a financial hold? It just means you have not confirmed how you made that payment with the Treasury. So contact them and settle how the payments were made. All right, there we also have a registration hold, graduation hold. You see the list of them. For registration holds, you generally get registration and matriculation hold if you are conditionally accepted. What does that mean? That means students who would have been accepted without a particular required course. So everyone doesn't fall into this category, but for those who fall into it, the registry will have that discussion with you, and you are fully aware of what you need to do. And you have to do that by the end of the academic year to update your whole status. All right, the other option that I'll talk to you about is the registration details one. And for the registration details, it tells you which academic year and semester you're currently registered for, as you can see there. And it also tells you what's your financial status for that registration period. Now, remember earlier I spoke to you about pre-registration, which you would have just done. All of you have to pre-register each semester. Even if you pay your tuition in full for the year, you are required to pre-register each semester. And that is why it's showing like that, where it says academic semester, semester 3, it's every semester you have to pre-register. And the clearance that you see appended is for that particular semester. Now, if you have full or conditional clearance for the semester, it means you're a duly registered student. You have full access to student resources. If you log in and you check here at registration details, and your financial status is not full or conditional, please make contact with accounts if you have already made payment, and if you have not made payment, contact accounts nevertheless to settle payment. All right? Because you will not have access to student resources if you are not financially cleared. And financial clearance means full or conditional. Well done. All right, so let's go back to the student portal home, and let's look at another thing that I know is very important to you students, and that's your grades, right? Or is it only important to the parents? Students or parents? Let's say both. So you can check your grades from two menus, and I hope you really can see what's there. We have My Courses, and we have Final Grades. You see those options, right? Now the My Courses show you a complete breakdown of your grades, and you use this to check your grades during the semester. Now the idea is that once a piece of coursework is given and you're graded for that assignment, the lecturer will go to SRS, like you would lecture goes to SRS here, logs in, they'll find your course and they'll enter your grade. Once they enter your grade, they have to do one more thing to allow you to see it, and that's publish. So I want you could even write that down. For you, the students, to be able to see your grades, the lecturer must be two things: enter and publish. That's correct. So once a lecturer enters and publishes the grade, you will be able to see it. For your coursework grades, final exam a little different, it has to be verified. But for your coursework grades, once a lecturer enters and publishes, you should be able to see it. That means if the lecturer enters a grade and did not publish, what will you see? Nothing. Well, you're no brighter than me. Good school, all of you used to go. So let's go into my courses now. All right. Seems there's a delay with my thing. What? All right. So this is my courses. You select your academic year, the semester, and your course registration unique identifier, CRU. All foreign terms to you know. You'll learn more about it as you go along. Once you make those selections, you click on the little blue icon there. It will populate all the grades for you that have been entered and published. Now, this student that we're looking at right now has 3 pieces of coursework in, and their total grade so far is 42.76 percentage points of 50. Is the student currently doing well? Very well. The student is doing very well. And this brings me into another point which your faculty will explain more to you tomorrow, is that for many other courses, they follow the general academic grade scheme, which means 50% is for coursework and 50% of your final marks is for exam. So for the 50% related to coursework, this student has already gotten 42.76. So they're doing very well. So that means they just need to go into the exam now and get 100%, and they'll come out with what? 92.76, brighter than all the way. So that's coursework. Final exam, as I say, you don't see that immediately. The grades have to be verified for you to see the final exam. So I heard your exam assessment manager spoke earlier today, that's Ms. Janique Dennis, about exam cards. So I just want to really quickly show you how you access the exam cards. From your student portal home, there's an option there that says exam card. When you log in, you'll see it. If you click on it, it's blank. You don't have anything right now. So this is generally the end of the semester. You have your exam cards. Now the exam card, when you click on it, once it exists, will look like this. However, this is not the exam card. This is just a preview. For you to see the actual exam card, you have to do what we call print exam card, which is clicking on the button right there I've circled in red. You see that, right? Once you click print exam card, the exam card will generate in a new tab, and it will also be sent to you in an email. Now, if you have pop-up blockers enabled, you have to disable the pop-up blocker for you to see it in the new tab. But if you're having trouble doing that, don't worry, because it's also sent to you in an email. So, of course, you can access the email, print your exam card, and you keep that exam card with you because of 2 important reasons. It is your schedule for the exam, so it gives you the time and date when you have the exam, but it's also your receipt. It's your receipt to say that you have done the exam. So you're now seeing what an actual exam card looks like, and you'll see it has a space provided for the invigilator's signature, and also has a space provided for the invigilator's name. So you must ensure that you keep the exam card. This is your schedule, and it is your receipt. All right, skipping away from me a little. All right. Exam card. All right, so that's the SRS. And you will mainly use this at the beginning of the semester when you're doing your pre-registration, and you'll use it as well whenever your lecturers enter grades. So during the semester when your lecturers enter grades, you'll check it on the SRS. Now, you may have classes. I remember earlier your assessment manager was telling you that all exams are face-to-face, but you may have some sessions or classes online. Now, you have those classes through what we call the elements. The CMU online learning platform, which we call CMU e-learning, and it's based on Moodle's platform. So you have to know how to access your Moodle platform if you have classes online, yes? Now, the same details that you were given when you were doing your pre-registration is what you will use to access the Moodle. So for me, it was lclark009 at STU. Yours will be whatever it was, with the same username and password. Now, your security assurance coordinator spoke to you earlier about cybersecurity and the importance of changing your passwords. Now, I don't know you very well, but it really only takes me about 4 questions for you to have told me what your password is. Because all of you would have seen what the default password is. So I encourage all of you to change your passwords. I don't want to know what it is, and already, without knowing much about you, I know what it is. All right? So please change the passwords. This is what the e-learning homepage looks like. And I was saying to you, you just enter your username and password, log in, and you access the portal. Now, for you to be able to access any class in e-learning, you must be a registered student. What does that mean? You must be 2 things, if anybody can tell me. What are the two things that make you a registered student? Pay school fees, 1. So you must have, not just pay school fee, but have financial clearance. Because you can pay school fee and not have financial clearance. And I think even Mrs. Williams would have told you that if you go to the kiosk and you make a payment, it's not applied to your account. So that's why I say whenever you make payments, ensure they interact with the treasury team so that the payment is applied. So not just pay tuition, but ensure you get the financial clearance. All right? So that's 1. What's the other one? Well, you know, say brighter than all of you. So the first thing you do, you get your pre-registration complete, which you have done already. The second thing, get financial clearance. Well done. And once you have that done, then you'll be added to, you have access to all student resources, which include being added to the CMU e-learning platform. And if you have classes there, you can access. All right. Here, I describe a couple of things about how you navigate the site. You know, once you log in, if your courses are there, you will be, I mean, if you log in now, your courses are probably not there. But if your courses are there, once you log in, you'll see your courses under the site home, which I think I have an image of that right here. So you click the dashboard there, dashboard, course overview, and all the courses will be listed. I know I have some really bright persons here who are trying to log in and probably going to attack me at the end of my presentation saying that they don't see the classes. The classes are not yet created, but they will be before classes begins on September when? See? Well done. So they will be there before Monday. That's Monday, right? So they will be there before Monday, so don't worry about it. All right. So, of course, I was saying that live lecturers, all of those things will be accessed through Moodle, and you must be registered, a registered student to have access to all of those. When you have live lecturers, there are times when the lecturer will request that your cameras be on, and I'm just giving you the details right here. But of course, it is not my decision of how your classes will go. I'm just giving you an idea of how it will be with the information I'm providing here. Your lecturers will actually tell you how the classes will go when you access the online classes or the live lectures. So the Office of Digital Transformation wants to officially welcome you to the CMU family. And we look forward to serving you with excellence and enthusiasm. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clark, for that informative presentation. And we are moving right along with Dr. Yvette Smith-Johnson, and she is going to do a presentation on women in maritime. Dr. Smith-Johnson is the Director of Graduate Studies, Graduate Studies and Research. Dr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, tired people. And I didn't expect an answer because I know you're tired. Let me see those who have had enough information for today. Thank you, honest people. How many of you are here to pursue a Bachelor of Science degree in the Faculty of Shipping and Logistics? Awesome. How many of you are here to pursue a bachelor's degree in security studies or something of that ilk? All right. How many people are here for customs processing and freight forwarding? All right. How many are here for engineering of some sort? Cybersecurity and all the excitement. All right. How many are here because you follow your friend? We're getting there. Welcome to the CMU. What is the highest paying job in the shipping and allied industries? Take a guess. Somebody said logistics. How many people agree with logistics something? All right, so you don't have a clue. The truth is any space you're in can be a top paying space. Let me ask another question. Which jobs have you starting at the top? You know that when you get this degree, you can start at the top. All right. The only job that you can start at the top is grave digging. All the rest of them, you have to work your way up. So I have a special message this afternoon for those who know that they are going to work their way up. And gentlemen, I don't know if the singer was right when she said, "Who run the world?" She was wrong. The truth is the people with power run the world, girls. Girls, you are entering an industry called the maritime and allied industries. So from port workers to the people who take the ships to sea, to the people who ensure that the ships can sail, you are entering a world, girls, this one is for you, that is predominantly male dominated. You know what that means? Beer man at the top. And one Jamaican philosopher looked at a space once and he said, I'm going to tell you the name of the Jamaican philosopher shortly. He said, "Enough man there, but a woman there." You know that one? Ask your parents about him. The truth is, we live in a society where women are traditionally asked to do other things than what you are signing up for today. Believe it. We live in a society where as Western women, we still don't go to sea. I see a seafarer over there in full uniform. Can you stand for me, sir? Chances are if you go on board a vessel, the captain is going to look like this gentleman, not necessarily in skin color all the time, but he's going to be a man. But guess what? Thank you so much for being so gracious. Guess what is happening? More and more Caribbean Maritime Universities churning out girls who are taking their stand right beside those men globally. Antigua had a full-page spread on a marine pilot in training who took a large cruise ship into port, and they celebrated Lanice George. Guess where she graduated from? Caribbean Maritime University. The youngest marine pilot in training in Antigua. We had a graduate some years ago. Her name is Sanisha Simpson, and I can call their names because I tell them I'll call their names all over the place. And she started at Kingston Wharves Limited doing some work as a manager, and now she works with Manzanilla International. Well, she works not with the terminal, she works in Panama as a vessel planner. That means when those big ships come with all those containers, she maps it out and tell the man them what to take down, when to take it down, and when the ship must move. That's power. So the International Maritime Organization recognized that women in maritime are sometimes behind the men in maritime, and they worked out something to empower women. It is called the Women in Maritime Association, and there are 8 of them across the world. And the one in the Caribbean region is called the Women in Maritime Association of the Caribbean. What does that do? All the women who are well placed across over 17 Caribbean countries come together as a group of what we call SEASTERS. What does that spell? Sisters. And the women in Maritime across the Caribbean decide that, you see, you young ladies stepping out of CMU, it is our responsibility to introduce you to some of the women with power in the region. They provide scholarships through a foundation called the American Caribbean Maritime Foundation for women in particular. We encourage our women to apply to the World Maritime University in Malmö, Sweden, for special scholarships to finish their master's degrees. We provide mentorship and coaching with some of the women in the industry who you would not otherwise meet as a woman in the industry. We have a national chapter in Jamaica, and Jamaica is leading the charge because in 2023, the year you are entering the Caribbean Maritime University, we are going to charter our first ever student chapter in the Caribbean region. And I'm asking Miss Renee Suka to stand. Renee, Miss Suka is one of our advisors for the chapter. And we're going to pass around, I want you to look at her so you remember her. We're going to pass around a signing sheet for the ladies who are interested in the activities of launch, when we launch the student chapter. We can't promise you jobs and exciting things, but we are promising you something better than money. It's called a social network. We are promising you that we will get you in touch with women who know the ropes and women who can put you in the corridors of power and growth, not necessarily financial. Sometimes you have to go do that yourself, but you will know people who can put you some places. And we want you to come in and be a part of the Caribbean Maritime University student chapter for the Women in Maritime Association of the Caribbean. And I'm going to say this without water in my mouth. My own journey with this chapter as the Vice President of Women and Development, this year alone took me to Trinidad in February to meet with all the women across the region who are working things through. And by May, I was in London with all the women across the world who are doing these things. And we want to see the ladies in this place step up to your true potential. Men, a maritime lawyer at the Maritime Authority of Jamaica, Danique said, we have to have a MEMAC. I said, MEMAC? What is a MEMAC? A Men in Maritime Association. I said, they don't want to run the place. Because WEMAC is about equality and equity. We are not a feminist organization. We don't want to run with the man them, because what would we do without the distinguished and dignified men who run the place? And to whom would your daughters be married if we don't have good men? What we're asking for is equity. That if the best man for the job is a woman, give the woman the job. That's all we're saying. And we want you to be a part of that excitement. So when I pass the sheet around, you're going to sign, and you're a part of a global movement. It means that when the schoolwork starts, juke you. Let me fix that in English. I'm a teacher of English. When the schoolwork begins to harass you, you will have to find time for the networking skills that will help you to build out the leadership components of you. So when we have a club meeting, please don't tell me that you have assignments. We know the work. You're going to balance the thing and get involved. Ladies, I'm going to pass the paper around. And as far as is possible, you're going to put your names on. I want to thank CMU for being a leader in this realm. And like everybody else who has come before, welcome to CMU. And as the seafarers would say, we wish you fair winds and following seas. Google that. And you know that we wish you good success. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Smith-Johnson. And for those of you who are joining us online and want to be a part of the WEMAC, we invite you to send an email to Ms. Suka, that's rsooCka@cmu.edu.jm, and express your interest to her, and you will receive a follow-up correspondence. All right, so now we are jumping into our facilities highlights. Now, as you have seen around the place, it's quite beautiful, and so we have to big up the facilities team. And coming to us to speak on that is Mr. Dave Francis, and he is the Director of Property and Special Projects. Please make him welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, student and parent, presume. We're speaking about infrastructure development, and when we talk about infrastructure development, we're looking at new development and maintaining what we have here. And just to give you an outline of, I would say, an understanding of CMU infrastructure that we have here that you will be encountering every day of your life at CMU. The infrastructure development is managed by the Office of Physical Planning and Facilities. We are divided in two groups, or I should say two units, and it is a Center for Maritime Affairs with responsibility for marine infrastructure, such as the jetty boats, and the Seamanship Lab. The Property and Special Projects, and that is one that you guys will be interacting every day of your life at CMU here. And that area is responsible for upkeeping of all university physical property and development and managing new projects. So I'm just going to introduce some of the persons that you will be interacting with every day. And the unit, the facility management unit is overall, you have the responsibility. Is Dr. Aaron McLean, as you can see his picture there. And below him, he's the vice president for the department. And below him, you have myself. I don't have a picture, but you can see me live. I'm the director for property and special projects. And then you have Donovan Smith, who is the facility manager. And I know you guys will have a lot. I hope you don't have a lot of issues, but you know, as life goes on, even at our home, we have a pipe break. Please be free to come into our office because we do have a open door policy that, you know, will encourage you to come in. And below Donovan Smith, you have a logistic officer, you have the maintenance supervisors, you have two maintenance supervisors and a facility supervisor. And those are the persons who you will see every day. And, you know, get to know them. You know, when you see them there, you tell them that you see their picture up, so you get to know all of those persons. Get this thing on. Yeah. All right. Just to outline one of the areas, that's the logistics office. And that logistics office manages the fleet. All the fleet vehicles that you see are like the buses, you have the buses, you have the coaster bus, you have a bus that you guys probably will get the name of. It's the Dragon bus. That's a big bus outside there. So you guys will get familiarized with those buses. And those buses will transport you from between Harborview and main campus and Port Royal. Those are the areas that it covers. So the buses goes to Harborview or pick you up from CMU, bring you to Harborview, or from Harborview to CMU. And we have a schedule for the buses. We have a schedule for the buses that I will outline to you guys as we go on. The logistics office also schedules like meeting for rooms in and other spaces. So that is one of the purpose of the logistics office. Yes, as you can see, the CMU, the bus schedule now, we have a time departure for all the buses from 6 a.m. The buses start, main campus to Port Royal and Admiralty House. 6:50 a.m. you have main campus to Harborview. 7 a.m. Harborview to main campus. 7 a.m. Bull Bay to main campus. 7:30 a.m. Harborview to main campus. 8 a.m. Harborview to main campus. 8:30 a.m. Harborview to main campus. 9 a.m. Harborview to main campus. So you're not, nobody is supposed to be late coming to class because you have a lot of transportation between in the morning there to reach class early. You also have a 7 a.m. Harborview to, sorry, I think I skipped one. 6:30 a.m. from Port Royal to main campus. 7 a.m. Harborview to Port Royal. 8 a.m. Harborview to Port Royal. 9 a.m. Harborview to Port Royal. I noticed somebody taking a picture, so you guys can take a picture of it and keep it with you so you can know what time the bus is scheduled. The buses are out there. The buses are out there. We're moving on to the maintenance office. Oh, sorry. Okay, the maintenance office. Just to give you an outline what the maintenance office does, as you can probably get an understanding as your time exhausted here. What it does, it manages some items such as maintains the university building. So anything that have any defects that you see in the building or you have exposed to in the building, whichever classrooms you are, just report it. There's a reporting, formal reporting structure that we have here. So you can go through that procedure and get the report to the facilities maintenance office. And we have the ground and landscaping that we maintain. The equipment, we maintain also equipment of all ACs, including ACs, fans, refrigerators, stove, furniture. Leakages and blockages also. Anything that lightning struck anything, probably we have lightning protection around the campus, so we shouldn't have any lightning accident happening here. And also for pests, we do pest control also. The facilities office now, what that does is maintain the cleanliness of all classrooms and bathrooms or restrooms and offices that you see, the tuck shop that you have here, the canteen that you have here, that's what the facilities, they do the cleanliness, sanitation of all areas on the campus. So that's why the campus is so clean when you go around. So I was mentioning the formal way of reaching us, and this is how you can send any defects or any concern that you have, or if you're not comfortable with some items of what we demonstrate. Just go through this procedure that here, and it outlines how to reach us. You have step 1, send an email to facilities@cmu.edu.jm. And step 2, during that process, once you're sending it, just briefly explain what is the issue. Step 3, give details on the location and the kind of assistance that you need. And step 4, include your name and contact information as necessary. And as it's saying, the email is outlined below, facilities@cmu.edu.jm. We also have a food and beverages facility that is available here. And we have like the tuck shop, we have regular jammings outside, and we are in the process of getting other food facilities to come here so that you guys, you don't have to cry to your parent that you're hungry here. We will feed you as much as possible. And the opening time is Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And Saturdays we have limited hours for the talk shop. Other facilities that we outline here, we have the computer labs. We have computer labs for you guys. We have the library, gazebos for you to relax out when you and look at the sea to get some relax. If you have a hard time with the exam, you can go outside and look outside and see. The sea is very relaxing sometimes when it's not rough. Outdoor seating is provided for person who choose to sit outside. Also, I should mention, we have the dormitories. We have one at Port Royal, that the Admiralty House. That is where we will house students who require housing. And we have also at Copacabana, that is in Bull Bay. And, you know, we have limited amount of space. So you guys have to, if you want space, you have to go on it early. All right. As it outlined there, you have the big six, what not to do, and we encourage you to do. So what not to do: do not remove furniture from the classroom or common area. Do not waste, remove consumables, and that is hand paper, towel, tissue, other items, because we do place those in the bathrooms for you guys to be used. Do not use your cell phone to control the AC. That is creating a problem because right now we have quite a lot of damaged air condition unit that we have to maintain. And it's costing us a lot of money to maintain it. So try not to, if you have a problem with the AC, get to somebody. We are accessible, as I pointed out to you, and we will come and sort it out. We encourage you to use the garbage receptacles. We have a lot of garbage receptacles around. Don't just throw the garbage around the place. Locate these, as I said, garbage strategies are located strategically positioned around the campus for you to dispose. And we have the recycling bins also. Use the hand washing station. We have a lot of hand washing stations around the campus. That is for you guys to use. So sanitizing here is a high priority, especially since the COVID. Try to turn off the light. If you're the last person leaving, switch off the light. We are planning to put in the automated system for the lighting once you're out, and the AC. We have not done that yet, but that is what is coming. But since you guys are here, just switch off the light if you're the last person coming from the classroom. I think that is what I have to present, and I should welcome you all to the Caribbean Maritime University. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Francis, for that very informative presentation. All right, we are jumping into our second to last presentation for the afternoon. We are inviting Ms. Colleen Johnson-Davis to come and speak to us about adjusting to tertiary life. Ms. Johnson-Davis is a lecturer and one of our program coordinator. Please make her welcome.
All right, thank you. You can bring up my presentation, please, and thanks. I'm going to skip over some of the stuff as well because, as I said, I don't want to, bore you or anything like that. But it's a new environment for you. A lot of you are coming from home, so you might not be accustomed to being in a type of environment like this. So I'm just going to give you a little advice. No, you're going to be here for 4 years. Some of what I say may jump over your head, but I really want you to, be as keen as possible. Remember that I said some of these things to you. They're going to come back to you at some point. So this is where you're going to be in September. That's just next week. You're going to be sitting in classrooms pretty much like this. This looks like C block. And the intention is to get you here. This is a day when everybody is happy. It's a glorious day for everyone. It looks long. 4 years looks long. But trust me, it rolls very fast. By the time you quit, 13 weeks have gone, and we are now facing final exams, right? It goes very fast. And so will the next semester, the summer, even though some of you may be going away, the summer rolls off very fast. So next one. Right, so I said this already, that you, well, we're not seeing it on the screen. Sorry about that. I am not accustomed to. All right, so there are things I'm encouraging you to do, and the first one is to know yourself, right? Know yourself as an individual. A lot of you are coming from Christian homes. You're coming from, might not even be Christian, but decent homes. You're coming from a particular way of life. Don't come to university and all of a sudden you turn into something that nobody recognizes, that not even you recognize. I saw this happening to persons who I, left high school with, and they went to university, and everybody turned into all kind of things. Pierce up, tattoo up, bore up, gonna party every minute, all kind of different things going on. But just be in control of yourself as best as you can. You can enjoy, but you don't have to go overboard and get too excited. Just remember your upbringing. Don't disappoint your parents, your family, your community. All right? Exercise self-restraint. It's a part of knowing yourself. And I know that a lot of you are still probably like 18, 19, that type of an age group. And some of you are also older. And even in your 30s, in your 40s, you still don't know yourself so well. You know what I mean? So this is going to be like a discovery point. Some of you have never cooked for yourselves before. You have never washed your own clothes. Sarfuno, very rough, steep path coming this way. You've never done certain things for yourself. There's nobody to wake you up, right? There's nobody to tell you to go to your bed or to bathe and brush your teeth. It's on away, but I know that some of your parents still do that, right? But that done, so you're now an adult, you have to figure it out, right? And a part of that is exercising self-restraint. Do not follow people, don't follow others. For my entire school life, even up till now, there are people who will not go to classes, and they're fine. They're not just fine, they do excellent work. You don't see them study nothing, they don't go, you don't see them in a book, you don't see anything like that. But when results come out, they are getting tip-top grades. And we're not just talking about a little pass, they're getting A's. You think you should follow them? What do you think? If you're not that type of student, you have to understand who you are. Don't follow. So hold on to yourself as best as you can. Do what is good for you, not what you see others do. So don't skip classes. So I'm that girl. I cannot skip a class. So even if the person is speaking rubbish, right? I'm saying that soft, right? I have to be there to hear the rubbish for myself. I have to figure it out for myself. I have to figure out if it's even rubbish I'm hearing for myself, right? I ensure that I'm there for myself. I'm on leave at the moment, and yesterday we had staff meeting at CMU, and guess what I did? I have many friends at CMU. I could call anybody and say, what did President say? But what I did is to take up my body, bring myself to CMU, and I attended the meeting for myself, even though I'm on leave, because I don't like to hear things secondhand. Some things you don't want to hear secondhand. So when it comes on to your classes, make sure that you're attending, follow no one. Prepare yourself for daily tasks. So you The night before, don't just go to your bed so. Ensure your uniform is ready. Electricity can go at any time. Ensure you figure out what you'll be eating, how you'll eat for the day when you come to CMU. Do you have your laptop? You have your pens? All the things that you'll need. And if you're a seafarer, what are the things that you're going to need for that day? Depending on, what it is that you do. If you're an engineering student, are you going to need whatever tools, or prepare yourself to use the tools? Do you have your overalls, the things that you use in the engineering labs and so on? Make sure that you're ready. The picture that you're looking at is the welding lab. So some of these things, I guess, are provided. I can't tell you the details, but there are things that you will need to be prepared for class. So whatever student you are, whichever faculty you're in, be prepared for your classes. Start from the night before. And I find that works a lot. Even for those of us who are mothers, if you start sorting things out from the night before, you don't feel flustered the next morning. True? True? Good. Get involved. You're in university. Don't just be here, just come, go to class, go home. That's what you call boring. Get involved in something. If it's even one thing, you should try to get involved in. I think your student union, I don't know if they have already made a presentation or whatever. Tomorrow, right? So you'll hear all the different things that you can do, all the different things that are happening. I believe that you should stay in touch with social media, Instagram, and so on, the one that you use the most. I think CMU has a TikTok page as well. They have all of them, but I'm saying the ones that I know they are more inclined to use. So you will keep abreast of the different things that are happening at CMU and that your different clubs and societies are planning for you. Be receptive towards others. We're different, color, different size, different backgrounds, coming from different schools. We may even come from different islands in the Caribbean or elsewhere. But try to be, open to other people. Don't lock yourself off. Don't pretend to be better than anyone else. Remember, we're all coming together. We're all after the same degree. I was explaining something to my husband the other day about certain behaviors in a class that I'm in. And he asked me, so Kelly, is 1 degree going to tear up for everybody? And I had to laugh, right? We're not getting peace of a degree. We're not tear up one paper and everybody get peace. So we don't need to fight for our peace. You are all going after a bachelor's degree, correct? Yeah, and nothing is wrong with that. Everybody's going to get their own degree. So work together. Be open to each other. Be welcoming. Some people shy. Some people scared. Try your best to be as nice as you can. Be respectful. Be tolerant. Some people love to use, so they put makeup on me a while ago. I have on lashes, right? Let me tell you this. I never wear this yet. I'm always a laugh after people when it look ridiculous. And yet still, I have on lash now, right? So therefore, I will stop laughing because now I've learned that I have to be tolerant. Yes, some look really way out there, but it means that everything can be done in moderation, correct? Yes, and it's not that bad after all. So the point is respect and tolerate. So some people love makeup, some don't. Some love putting weaves, some don't. Some like short hair like this, some don't. There's all kinds of things out there. So girls especially, I'm telling you, girls, get along. Learn to appreciate the differences between each other. You're going to have to work in groups. You're going to be working in union, students groups, clubs, societies. You're going to be playing games. And of course, there's your classwork. So learn to work with each other. Stay focused. We see some people here having a good time. And you will have stuff happening. CMU is no UWI. We have parties every week. But there will be activities from time to time similar to this, right? We hope that you will, of course, drink responsibly when the time comes. So you're going to have some fun, but remember that you are to be as focused as you can as a student. And not every pan, where the old people say it, not every pan that knock, you have to be present. So some of the things you can say, boy, may I go sit this one out because tomorrow morning I have X. You understand? And because listen, these things are not going anywhere. The only thing we stop you from going is if God take away your life. But once God spare life, you will live to go another day. Amen? Yes, may I follow Miss Bishop from this morning? We're going to say amen. Yeah, so you can do other things later on. So give up a little fun sometimes and do what it is that you have to do. So a gentleman I like, Stephen Covey, he writes a lot of books on management and things along that line. And he has habits that highly effective people tend to practice. And number one is to be proactive, not reactive, proactive. It means that you're going to foresee that things may occur. What is the eventuality? For example, yesterday when we were here at rehearsal, so we don't just come up here this morning dry and say we're going to make presentation. You understand? Lots of things went in for you to see and to get what you're getting today. Trust me. I don't think some of you even see around there. So about a whole heap of people around there. So if you make this and that and seeing gentleman over here is just one representative of the many that are around. The point that I'm making is that things were forethought. Maybe I may make up that word. I'm not sure if that's a word. But we think of things ahead of time and you prepare for it. So yesterday I was saying, what if the electricity goes? How will we, tolerate ourselves in here? So in my pocket is my phone and my presentation is on my phone. And I have 2 presentations on my phone. One without pictures because in some of my slides, my pictures are going to go over the words. You're not going to see it, but it slides in like that. But when I see it on the phone, it go and I wouldn't be able to see it. So I have 2 presentations, one with the pictures and one without. Because if light go where the one with the pictures, me still not going to be able to see. If I tell you what I must tell you, I'd have to just speak off the top of my head. And that's something I also don't like to do. I like to be guided so that I don't go off track. But the point is, we are prepared. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's also a plan in the event that electricity goes because we have generator, etc., etc. But you have to think about it. So you know that you have exams next week. What are you going to be doing this week? What do you do from school start September morning? You have to start paying attention from the very first class. You see, like me, there are a lot of things I give out in the first class. You say a lot of things, like how do you communicate with me? How do you find me? Where do you find me? And you know what students will tell me? In the 13th week when classes have ended, madam, they will say, they don't know where to find me. That's what they say now. We're there the whole semester and them see me for 3 hours once a week and they don't know where to find me. Plus the campus is very little bit. Very little bit, right? Plus you give them email and other ways to get in touch with you. And they'll tell you that they don't know where to find you. And so those things can be irritating because you're not hard to find. But don't wait until you need it. Take the information from early. Be proactive in everything, so that you're always ready. Begin with the end in mind. Where do you want to go? You want to graduate with a bachelor's degree. So figure it out as best as you can. Use the resources you're given so that you can do that, right? Sometimes you have to revamp. You have to check yourself. You have to revisit your plan. And nothing is wrong with making a change. Right? Nothing is wrong with making a change. So if you need to do that, do that. Number 3, put first things first. Of course, it's also about prioritizing. Know what it is that needs to be handled now or tomorrow morning, and the other things will come after. Value the things, plan for them. Do not leave things up to chance. So I already gave you the example of what we're witnessing today, what you're experiencing today. This is not a chance event. In fact, I think this was being planned from many months ago. Every Wednesday, may have to be present at meeting, or somebody have to be there for me and others. So don't think that you are not thought of. We think of every eventuality. You think we never know that someone wasn't going to come back after lunch? We know, but we still have to break for lunch. No? It will be a very tiresome day. You wouldn't be hearing anything I say. And maybe me would look like, I don't know what would I look like in your eyes if you never eat yet. Right? You probably would think I look like some piece of food I want to eat me, if you know what I mean, right? So it's important that we think about things, think ahead, put first things first, prioritize. By now, you're adults, you really have to figure out what is priority. Somebody can't tell you, you must know. Get in a little notebook, use your phone calendar, get some kind of system so that you can know what is due when, even personal stuff, different from your academic stuff, have everything listed properly, what you will do first, what you'll do second, and so on. Fourthly, think win-win. Nobody has to lose. You just have to figure it out. Learn to give and take. And this is something that you'll have to carry with you for the entire rest of your life. You have to give and take. It's not just for school. In your personal lives, you give and take with your parents. You give and take with your spouse, your children, even your workplace students, you give and take with. Because I could easily say I'm on vacation, I ain't doing nothing for CMU because me dey on vacation, I'm not want about me, blah, blah, blah. This is how people behave. But me still take myself and come because it doesn't matter. I have to give and take. This is how work is. This is how people are. This is what we have to do sometimes in life. It's just an adult thing. So we're talking about adulting, right? Learn to share responsibilities and understand the priorities of others. When you're in groups, you have to understand that some people have issues. So for my entire sojourn here at CMU, I've been at CMU for 15 years, I recognize that sometimes there are persons in groups who have problems, but they are not telling the group mates. So the person is not showing up when meeting is called. They are not communicating. But if this person has serious issues, that is the last thing that's on their mind. But you are going to vex because you said the one, Sharon, she said, so we have presentation, and she not call nobody, and she know this, she know that. She may not want to share, because you know some of we not so confidential. Not true. Find out, you can let the person know that, hello, if you have a problem, just say you have a problem. Try and sort it out and let's see how we can work this through. Sometimes you have to carry the load for somebody one time, right? And another time somebody might have to carry the load for you because anything can happen to anyone at any time. So try to be understanding, see how everyone can benefit as best as possible. Let no one lose, okay? The next thing that he says is to seek first to understand, then to be understood. Don't make a lot of assumptions about people. Listen more and talk less. And some of us, like myself, we really do talk a lot. So this is always a lesson that we learn as we go from day to day. Listening empathetically, right? So don't, you know, some people just have to talk, but they're not listening. They are not trying to understand. So you listen for listen's sake. And when they respond, they're not responding to what you said, but they're continuing what they were saying before. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Yeah, man, it's like a dead-end conversation you're having with that person. Try not to be like that. Listen emotionally, listen intellectually. In other words, listen to understand, right? The skill of listening leads to effective communication and faster problem solving. If each person is saying what they want, not in response to the other person, the conversation is going nowhere, and at the end of the day, the problem will not be solved. And what we want is for students who will know how to think critically and to be able to solve problems, even interpersonal problems. Synergize, what does that mean? Synergize. And as you said, as you see this on the screen, teamwork makes the dream work, so we know what that's about. It's about working together. When we give, all of our lecturers that are here can testify that when you give out group assignments, you can tell easily, right, Mrs. Walker-Brown, when a group worked well together, when the group did the work, and everybody, you never ask Christ, as them would have said. It is just so blatantly clear that this group did some good work together. You don't have to ask. You see the group are not doing work together? You see one stand up over there, so you see the little mumbling between them. You just have to see some little body language. You pick up very easily. So this group are very splintered, and their presentation is not going to be good. It's not that you're prejudging, but you can just tell. And this comes from experience. It's not a matter of how people dress, because everybody have on uniform. It's not a matter of how people here look. It's just how people act, how they gel together or not gel together. That gives it away. So as best as you can, ensure that you're synergizing, that you're working well. Figure out people and start working well with them. Use your first semester to do that. Combine the strengths of people through positive teamwork to achieve the goals. Everybody have them different strengths. So some of us can speak well, some of us can do the PowerPoint well, some of us can research well. Bring it all together. Bring it all together and do your best work. Value and celebrate the differences. So if one person has some itches in how they speak, not everybody is really going to speak the Queen's English well. That's the truth. We're living in Jamaica, and patois is a part of our culture. Not everybody really masters language well, but we don't need to laugh, right? Don't let anybody feel small, because then again, when you go to foreign, everybody wants to hear you speak Jamaican. So the Jamaican where we scan, the world want to hear it. They'll follow you around to hear you speaking patois. So let's work together and not judge each other too much. Two heads are definitely better than one. And Stephen Covey's last tip is that you should sharpen the saw. So you're here and you're studying, but try to renew yourself as best as you can. take little breaks in the day. You won't be able to take these big old massive breaks like go on vacation, you know, in some place like Hawaii or wherever. You might not be able to do that. You might not be able to spend a weekend at a hotel. And if you can, kudos to you, that's even better. But throughout the day, what can you do? What can you do? Some small things that you can do in a day to, you know, make yourself feel nice. Anybody want to tell me? Things that you do then. What do you do? I can tell you what I do, but I want to hear from you. Others might be able to learn. What can you do to feel nice at the end of the day? You know, relax a little bit. What do you do? Sleep. Eat ice cream. That's nothing wrong with that, but you know, I eat that every day because, you know, the fat and thing, but every now and again. What else? Music. Go to the beach, and especially if you live near to the beach, you can take a walk. These are things where you can do almost every day, every other day, depending on where you are in Jamaica, right? For me, drinking a nice cup of coffee with my TV on, or I'm going to go on TikTok where I get a lot of joke, right? I get a lot of jokes watching TikTok most times. I laugh out loud, and I get jokes on Twitter as well. That's my thing, right? So I'll do that. What else do I do? I like shopping, so I'll just go on Amazon or go on some sites, and I'm just looking at frock. I look for frock, I look for boot, I look for bag. I'm going to pack up my cart. I not buy them now, but I know so when the time come, I not have to look too hard because I already have plenty things. I'll wish list. Oh my God. I shop for everything. I shop for glasses, I shop for boot because I buy my glasses online. So, you know, hence my cute glasses here. Yeah. So I'm always shopping. That's one of my things. And I know that women love shopping. Who no love shopping? Which woman in here don't like shopping? I know a few women don't. She doesn't. Right? It's not general, that general, but for the most part, most women do. So I'm saying things like that. Guys, I can't speak much about what guys do, but I guess you play games. Right? My son plays a lot of games. His ear is always plugged. Whatever it is that you can do to relax. Get a little candle, them ladies, a little scented candles, and, you know, not burn down the people in the house, though. But, you know, whatever it is that you can do, pause, do something, go somewhere. How about some of your classmates? I'm meeting some of my classmates on Friday, and I can't wait. We're just going to go out to eat and chat. Of course, you know, we're going to chat the teacher them. A joke. But, you know, we're going to talk about our lives and stuff like that and have a drink or have something small to eat. And then we go home. It's a break from the monotony. How that sound? We're not going to have beach and seaside. Some of you may be in Port Royal or wherever. You can take a walk. Be careful, though. You know, do it securely. But you can do whatever you can do so that you can have some mental break. This looks nice, right? That picture. I'll show you again. If I can get it. Right? Being on the beach, as I had said. Anyway, a ship is safe in harbor. I'm ending now. A ship is safe in harbor, but that's not what ships are for. Because a ship was not made to stay in a harbor. That makes sense, right? A ship is made to sail out, but it's safe in the harbor. So you are here seeking for your education. You can't stay in the safety of your home anymore or wherever you're coming from. It's your sailing out time now to get what you can out of this world. Education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. And that's from Albert Einstein. Some of you are coming from the high school situation where you regurgitate facts, but now you will have to think. You will have to analyze. You will have to speak and write like an academic. You don't know how to do it yet, but certainly we are going to be teaching you. Welcome to CMU, and I look forward to seeing many of you in my classes. God bless.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So before we take our final presentation, can I see a show of hands who has a digital phone? Star 121 star. All right, them wake up now, Tisha. Them wake up now. Star 121 star. When you're ready? You're turning on the phone. Star 121 star. Lord, miss, we can't wait on you one. Ready? 7564508749177 number sign. The winner can scream out, you know, want to see. You never get it. I must go slower. *121 star. 7, 5, 6, 4, 5, 0, 8, 7, 4, 9, 177 number sign. Somebody get it? No, man. Somebody get it and now say it, you know. Somebody get it and see, she agree with me. Somebody get it and them now say it. It's already used. So that means there's somebody. Wonder if it's online. If I feel somebody online get it, you know. Oh, let me see if I can go around the back and find the next one and come back, right? When I feel like we can do that. Shouting out Office of Student Affairs, we'll need another phone credit. If someone from Office of Student Affairs can assist me, thank you. Appreciate that. So, how are we feeling about being at CMU? Feel good, feel all right, we feel like we can do it. We feel, talk to me, how are you feeling? Tired? And it's not even the first day, I don't understand. It's good. All right, anybody else? All right, that's okay. Once you get into the groove of things, you'll be more talkative, I promise you. I promise you. So at this time, I am going to bring to you our final presentation for this afternoon, and it is from Miss Tisha Walker-Brown, and she is the Director of Student Affairs. So the first thing we're going to do is ask her about the credit, right? All right. Come, please make her welcome.
Greetings, everyone. Are you hearing me clearly? It is my absolute pleasure to be talking with you this afternoon. I want to welcome you to the Caribbean Maritime University, and I wish that your sojourn here will be one that is not only memorable, but one that will bring you to some great heights and give you some great connections in life. The Office of Student Affairs, we are concerned with your mental health. We want to ensure that while you are here as students, that you understand that it is important to give yourselves some me time. Don't it? I'm sure you would have heard that before. Because when Jack and Jill do all of the work, them are going to tumble down the hill. We don't want for that to happen. You have to give yourself a break. And soon to be Dr. Kelly Johnson Davis spoke about some of that earlier. All right? So I want to bring you through the discussion of looking at your mental health. But how many of us know what that means? When we talk about your mental health, what is that? Without looking at the screen, somebody over here saying something? So she says your state of mind, and you are indeed correct. Your mental health has to do with your state of mind. Anybody else? So we say that it's your emotional, your social, and your psychological well-being, because we have to ensure, particularly within the Office of Student Affairs, because we are charged to look after the other things outside of your classroom engagements. We want to ensure that we make you into wholesome individuals, that when you exit the channels of the CMU, that you'll not only represent us well, but that you'll represent yourselves well, and that you will leave this space with what you came here to attain. All right, so it has to do with all of those things. It involves how it is that you handle stress, how it is that you relate to others, and certainly the choices that you make. And I promise you that I won't be long. Your mental health is important And certainly when we look at where this all started, what are the factors that contributes to your mental health, we're thinking about some biological factors. What it is you receive from your parents. Those genetical makeups, they really play a whole lot in making you who you are. And also they assist you with handling stress. And I can tell you, because I am a trained counselor and because I work in the section where the counselor resides, that's the university's counselor, I know that there are many persons who come into the space and they come with the predispositions because they would have inherited these. And guess what? Nothing is wrong with you in terms of the fact that you belong here and you should be here. And so we want to help you along in that process. There are also life experiences that can certainly contribute to your mental state in terms of whether you're stable or unstable. Things that happens in your life can bring about particular triggers, and we're going to be talking about more of that. Your family history of mental health problems, that too, as I would have stated before. But let us move quickly into some of the signs and symptoms that tells us that something is off. And I'm sure that you have, for all of us, even myself as a counselor, there are times when my mental state is not where it's supposed to be. Why? Because so many things are happening and those really will affect me. Either it stress me out that I start to see physical symptoms coming to the fore, or it stress me out and you probably start realize that you move out of character. But talk with me though. I mean, you're moving into the classroom and your teachers will want for you to talk with them when they're engaging. And this is one of the ways that we keep you engaged so that you don't get bored and sleep on me. So what are some of the signs that tells you that something is off with a person? No matter them usual self. Anybody? Don't all shout at me at once. Pardon? So she says change in behavior, like what? Right. Important. So you find that somebody who is usually a very outgoing individual become, very recluse, them pulling on one shell, they're not their usual self. Withdrawn, that's right. Anybody else? Aggressive behavior. You see some of them listed on the screen, eating or sleeping too much or doing so too little. If you realize that that is happening, you probably need to look into, what is happening with yourself. Pulling away from people, having low energy, feeling numb, having unexplained aches and pains, feeling helpless and hopeless. If it is that you realize that you're smoking, drinking, and using all manner of drugs, then look into that. What is pushing you into doing that? Apart from the peer pressure that will come at this stage, and that too you'll have to manage. When you yell or getting involved in fights with your friends and things like that, the inability to perform daily tasks like taking care of your kids or getting to work or simply taking a shower. No. It is important that you understand that when the work pack on, at this stage of the game, it is different from the high school. In high school, you have, for the most part, the teachers will come in the classroom and they will put some of the notes on the board or they'll give you notes to take home. In this space, you realize that you will have some of your lecturers coming into the classroom space who will talk, and there's no notes. You have to take your own notes. You have to go on those resource centers that they send to you to do additional reading to keep yourselves abreast. When I was at university some aeons ago, I remember I had a particular lecturer who came and just talked in the classroom, and many times some of the content that he would present, they were totally off. And as I said in the video that was presented this morning, it is important for you to do your own studies. Many persons got thrown off. Many persons started complaining and doing all manner of things. But what did I do? I learned a strategy because that strategy was told to me from someone who preceded me, that you have to make sure so you get them past paper there and study them. And the lecture was so, let me tell you, him so consistent that when you get him past paper, you see the very question them. We come on the past paper the years before. So you have to find ways and means to cope. It is important. All right? When you look at, let's move to understanding some of the triggers that will happen, because there are times you're fine, you know, and you're going through, but the work a pile up. The projects due, all of the deadlines, the mid-semesters due. You find that them put you in a group, sometimes if you don't put yourselves in those groups, that it just painstakingly, so you have to go through the motion in handling the issues. What do you do when all of that tumbling down upon you? What do you do when, in addition to having the stressors here, you also have those at home that you're dealing with? You may even have a death in the family. Somebody close to you would have died, and that is affecting you. There are many things that can trigger individuals, all right? And these are oftentimes triggered sometimes by the past experiences. So there are external triggers that has to do with, you know, things on the external that happen. We talk about a sound. You hear something, and that something reminds you of an experience that you had, and it sends you into one space that you probably don't even understand yourself. Smell, sight, texture, things like those will come to bear on you. Sometimes you are there going through. I remember, you know, when my father passed, and I was a daddy's girl, and a particular song was playing on the radio. And when I heard that song, it just sent me into a tailspin. I just started bawling. You know, the song said, "Dance with your father again." Is who sing it again? Loose up. And I just bawl. And persons around me were there wondering what was happening, and I couldn't explain it. So there are things that will trigger you from the external. There are also internal triggers that you need to look out for, you know. For example, making a doctor's appointment after a negative medical experience can trigger fear for you. And I know that particularly for many of our men, you don't like going to the doctor because of probably some past experience, not necessarily with you, but with somebody that you know who's close to you. All right? Those things can bring about trauma, set things off, and put you in a tailspin. Trauma triggers also include strong feelings that arise based on past trauma. An example, the sound of a firecracker can be trauma trigger for veterans of war, it is said. Symptoms of trigger: a physical change can trigger larger mental issues. Sometimes when you move somebody out of a space that they're comfortable with and used to, it can bring about some amount of distress for them. And here you get some other examples. So here are some coping strategies as I close out for those of you who may get triggers because of whatever reason. And I, as I told you earlier, it happens to the best of us. Life is happening, you know. Whether or not we want it to happen, it will happen. And so how it is that we deal with the things that comes to us is very important. And even before I go into the coping strategies, I want to share a little story with you, because one of my personally favorite students had a mental issue. He was brought to the Office of Student Affairs, I think in the first year of his studies, because persons noticed that his appearance was shabby. He wasn't smelling too well. So, unpleasant scent because he wasn't bathing as he should. When it is that the young man was brought into us, and, long story short, because it really was a long story, because we had to get external psychological help for him. But the story is that his mother is also mentally challenged. His mental challenge started in first year of the CMU. So he was normal, went to St. George's College, did his CXCs, got all his CXC subjects, got to the university, and then the mental illness creeped in. We tried to help him as best as we could. But you see, the other important thing is that you also need to have people in your life who can support you through the processes that you go through and the stresses that you have. Because I told you his mother was mentally challenged. His father also was not even helping the story, because he was selling ganja at the yard, and he had to send the young man out to buy the ganja from wherever to come bring it so that he could sell it. So he failed out first year. We put him in another program, took him out of the engineering program he was in, placed him in the logistics because we thought, he would be able to manage that better. He failed that out too. We tried to help again by giving him, work on campus. But remember that work on campus can only happen if you're enrolled in a program. And as best as we could, even to date, because I think it was early this year he gave me a call, but he ended up not finishing university because of that, because he did not have the external support needed. So it is important when the triggers are coming for you to understand how it is that you cope with those triggers. Learn to identify what they are. So if you have family members who are mentally challenged in any particular way, you would want to take key note of what is happening. All right? Consider reactions of past triggers, who or what was involved, where, when, why it took place, observed patterns and obvious signs of risk to prevent similar situations. Make a plan to address them. So if you see that they're happening, it is important for you to get help early. Come to the University Counseling Center. Or if you choose to go externally, get the help that you need. But once you realize that something is off, get the help. It is important. Try problem-focused coping. Confront your stressors directly or try to find solutions to the stressors. And many times you are not able to find those on your own. So I advise you to get to persons who can help you. Look for trigger warnings. Trigger warnings can help alert you to especially materials related to suicide or violence when it is that those are coming in. Sometimes an article will provide a trigger. You can even ask others to provide you with a trigger warning about materials that they share. If you know that you are predisposed to certain things because you would have had the experience before, talk with your friends and your family members. Understand what is happening with you. Seek the help that you need. Practice self-care. That's also important. So when the things of life get so much on you that you feel as if you can't manage, get the help. If you don't want to get it here at the CMU, we encourage you to go to your church. Or if you have a community center where they have counseling, you can also reach out to those individuals. But even as a trained counselor myself, as I told you before, it is important for you not to sit and suffer alone. You may think that it is something simple, and you may think, that's cool. But this is a new environment. And when you come into this space and you realize that you have to meet new friends, that alone stress out people. When you realize that you have to stand up in front of the entire classroom to do a presentation and you stutter, but you're going to have to do it. So those are things that, put you in a tailspin. And again, if you know that you have those predispositions, get the help you need. How can you help? How can you help somebody else who you may realize that is having a difficulty? When you see, just this semester, last semester rather, a young man came into my office and he said, Mrs. Walker-Brown, I have a classmate who I realize that things are not working out for him. He said that something happened in his life that he may have shared with them in the group that affected him deeply. But he realized that, and that was like some relationship issue or something to that effect. But he realized that the young man was not contributing to the group as he ought to, and things were happening where his grades were concerned. And he came to me about it. I applauded that young man. Why? He never leave it alone and say nothing business. But he cared enough for his friend to be able to come to bring that to our attention. And we were able to intervene and to offer help. So I say to you, even if it is you're not the one experiencing the issue, the mental health break, and you realize that a classmate, you may not even be close to the person that is having that situation, come and talk with someone. We won't even disclose your name and disclose who came to us. We will certainly go to that particular person once we get the relevant information, and we will intervene. That's why we're here. So I'm closing. This is it. But I really want to say to you that your university experience will be what you make it to be. Soar. Don't settle. Never settle. But I know that sometimes in the soaring, when you're pushing yourself, many things will happen. In those situations where you feel like you just need somebody to talk to, come. Even if you want to come talk to me, come sit down in the office, I will give you the time of day. And if I'm not able to do so at that time because I may be in a meeting or something else, I'll make the time for you at another time. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the CMU, and I wish for you that when it is that we have student awards next year, when is it, Mr. Malcolm? Our student award is in April, that I'm going to see all of you sitting before me, right? And we are going to be awarding you for the work that you would have done. But also, remember now, you know, if Jack and Jill just stay in the classroom, they're going to be dull. So I want to also see you involved in campus life. Yeah, man, we want to ensure that you get involved in the clubs, the society, the sports, leadership, all of these things, because we want to make you into rounded, wholesome individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure. Welcome to the CMU again.
Thank you, Mrs. Walker-Brown, for that presentation on mental health. It is very important that you take a break when you need a break. Don't allow your body to take the break for you. All right? So at this time, we're just going to invite one more person to speak with us, and then we're wrapping up. We're wrapping up. So Paul Robinson. Poi Robinson. My apologies. We're asking him to just come and speak to us for a brief 2 minutes, and then we're wrapping up. Just for information purposes, though, remember tomorrow morning you have your academic advising session, and that begins at 9 o'clock. That session will be held on Microsoft Teams. And then in the afternoon, we return on Zoom for your Student Union wrap session. So those things are happening tomorrow. One starts at 9 o'clock and one starts at 1 p.m. Those are completely virtual. You can stay home, relax in your bed. You can enjoy, but pay attention. But you can enjoy that from the comfort of your home. So at this time, please make welcome Mr. Coy.
Afternoon, everyone. All right, I'm really grateful for the opportunity to address everyone inside here. For those who may not know who I am, my name is Poi, that's P-O-Y-E, Poi Robinson. I'm a past student of CMU. I graduated in 2013 as valedictorian, and this is also where I pursued my master's in 2014. You all have made, parents and students, you all have made the right choice and you won't regret it. CMU stands out amongst all other universities, and I was happy. I'm happy that I got the opportunity to have studied here. So I guarantee you all you won't regret it. What I'm here to speak to you about today, a few of you I've already spoken to. I'm the CEO of International Travel and Cultural Exchange, which is a work and travel agency. What is work and travel? It's a cultural exchange program that was initiated by the US State Department in 1961, and you get the opportunity to travel to the US, to learn cultures found in the US and share your Jamaican cultures. And the fun part of it is that you get the opportunity to work while you're there to compensate your trip. Whatever you choose to do with the money, it's your decision, whether you want to use it to pay tuition, buy gadgets, start a business, whatever you want to do. That's what I did. I took student loan, started this company, and from this company, I own a group of companies that's about to list on the Jamaican Stock Exchange. So, ladies and gentlemen, how do I get started? The first thing is to go to our website, one of my employees should be handing out some flyers here. For those who may not know, I'm also visually impaired, so if I'm not looking directly at you, don't feel offended, please. How do you get started? You go to a website, www.goitce.com, and you create an account. You pay the registration fee of $65 US, covers registration and orientation, and it's non-refundable. We have a promotion running that if you pay $1,000, that's $1,000 US on or before September 30th. So that's $65 registration fee and a deposit of $935 equaling $1,000. On or before September 30th, you will lock in the program fee at $1,670. Because come October 1st, the sponsor is going to change the program fee. So once you've paid that $1,000 US, you get access to the job list. Read up on the different jobs, where they're at, how much they pay, and you pick the one that grabs your interest. You'll do an interview with the sponsor or the employer, whomever requires it. You'll be notified right there and then as to whether or not you got the job. Once your payment has been completed after the interview, your documents will be sent overseas to be processed. When they're back here in Jamaica, we will book the embassy appointment date on your behalf and fill out the application form for you. This is mandatory once you go with ITCE. We're the only agency, ladies and gentlemen, in Jamaica that has maintained a 97% visa approval rate over the past 12 years. And the reason why we can do this is because we control the process of applying for the visa. We will coach you, the students, on what to say, what not to say, what are some of the questions they may be asked, and how to answer them. Once you follow our instructions, it should be okay. However, we cannot categorically guarantee anyone a visa. The U.S. consul makes the final decision, but the years of experience that we have, we do believe we know what it takes to prepare the students for the embassy. So once they get back the visa with the passport with the visa intact, they purchase their tickets, leave, go overseas, start learning new cultures, work, make some money, come back in September, and once they're enrolled as a full-time student, they'll start the process all over again. You can go a maximum of 5 times. So I'm not going to take up much more time. Thanks for the opportunity. Where you can find us, there's a barcode on our flyer. You can scan it. It takes you directly to our website and our social media platforms. There's a 378 number at the back of the flyer. If you WhatsApp it, call it on WhatsApp or message it on WhatsApp, you get access to me directly, and I'll answer any questions you have. If you call it straight, you'll get Ms. Sharp, who is the manager. So we look forward to having you all as a part of the ITC family. And any questions you have, whether you choose to go with ITC or not, feel free to ask. We'll guide you. And start early. Work and travel agencies get filled very quickly. The booth is on the outside, so whenever you guys get finished, feel free to come and ask any questions you have, all right? All right, thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, and I hope that answers some of your work and travel questions. Don't worry, throughout the year before you go off on your break, your summer break, you will have more information and more companies that will come in that offer services similar to this one. So don't worry about it. I know it's a lot of information to take in, but as you go throughout the school year, information will be sent to you via your email. You can also follow us on Instagram, like us on Facebook, tweet us, TikTok us, all of those things. We'll respond to you as best as we possibly can. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being a part of our orientation exercise for 2023. It has been my absolute pleasure to be with you this afternoon. I also want to say thank you to our presenters for keeping us informed. That was very, very amazing, and I hope that the information that we shared with you was beneficial to you, that you actually took some notes. And if you have any questions, please feel free to email us at info@cmu.edu.jm. Somebody will respond to you. If you remember your faculty email addresses, I think those were shared with you as well. You can also contact the faculties directly. All right. I also want to thank you so much for staying with us. Those of you who are online, thank you so much for staying with us this afternoon. I am Danique, and it has been my absolute pleasure to be with you this afternoon. Until next time, walk good.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome to CMU.
Bienvenidos a la CMU.
Bienvenue à la CMU.